If you're constantly battling low energy, cravings, weight control, watching your health slip away, listen up. There's a simple daily protocol they don't want you to know about that's helping people ditch their meds and transformation. Start today to reclaim your health with the Feel Great Protocol.
I mean, you can't commit so many crimes and think that you are above the law, even if you are the president. It's just how it works.
So it really is a celebration of the law.
It's a celebration of the law and how it applies to all of us. I mean, you can't.
Your mother is a federal prosecutor.
Yes. Hey, Mom, how are you? This is Officer Gomez. Your son's fine.
Hey, Officer Gomez,
how are you?
This is
Yes,
former
yes.
federal prosecutor.
Okay,
That's
fair
my
enough.
son.
Yeah.
He's a Harvard graduate.
Yeah.
He's not a criminal. He has no criminal record, no criminal history. Officer, is that really necessary? This is a kid that doesn't do anything. He's a Harvard graduate and a Yale researcher. He teaches geometry to folks.
I understand that.
Why would you put something on his record like this?
No, it's...
Can you give him a warning?
I cannot at this point. I have to recommend something.
I'm a former federal prosecutor.
Yeah.
He knows he's a Harvard grad who teaches fourth grade geometry to his kids.
God bless.
This is not a kid who's ever in trouble. It's an innocent mistake.
It's in my phone.
Oh, what is that old saying? Nobody is above the law. And it looks like when these people think that they can use their power, of course they're going to do that every single time. So if anybody is wondering what that was one of the hosts of The View, Sunny Hostin, talking about President Trump and how, nobody's above the law. So this is very interesting to me. Here we go. Sunny Hostin, nobody's above the law. And if you saw at the end, so what's her name there? Joy Behar. So this is like, this is about, the law, right? The law. And then, oh, wait, he's a Harvard graduate and a Yale researcher, and he's a good boy. And I'm a federal prosecutor. Tell him your mom's a federal prosecutor. Oh, we're going to talk about that in just a second. But let's bring in my brother, Mr. Matrix Codebreaker. Brother, how you doing on this fine Sunday, my man? It is pretty funny to watch, and I'm loving what I'm seeing these last few days and weeks. But what's going on, my man?
Man, I didn't do nothing. What you talking about?
Talking about Will
I was just, teaching fourth graders extra good geometry, Anyway, what's going on? It's been a hell of a week, man. A hell of a week. Let me tell you what. And I gotta say this now. What happened on the round table on Thursday blew my friggin' mind, man. Like wow, what a week. I had a blast. How about you?
Oh, absolutely, I did. And I don't know, I don't know if I'm keep getting reoccurring like proofs or stuff like that, but it seems like they keep leading or leaning towards landing the ship, and I don't know about next week. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe that was a coincidence. I don't know, but I seem to getting a couple, if not a few, of the ready to land the plane type of scenarios in the last couple of weeks. So I'm definitely enjoying that. But what part specifically are you talking about on the round table? Because it was a lot of fun that day.
All of it, just like all of it together. Like when Tron's doing his and I realized what's inside Tron's to add to mine, and then how my random, again, whenever I did my inky mark thing, I personally thought it was amazing. Yeah, I thought it was amazing when I did it, but like I didn't think it would ever connect to all the stuff it did. It ended up connecting to so many things afterwards. It just blew my mind. I was like, how does this just seem to hit on everything? And I caught it because QAG posted it out, and just as a title, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna check that number real quick, and then it buildoed into that stuff. I'm like, what just happened? So it's just the whole roundtable together, just everything. It just blew my mind. The entire show. It was a great freaking show. But the Tron thing when he did his, and then it just connecting, just was like, what just happened, man?
Yeah, Inky Mark. Let me see. I'll pop this one up for anybody that just didn't remember. And I just thought it was funny because of the guy's name. I mean, obviously the dude's name's pretty funny, right? Inky Mark, right? Like, right. That's just. Wait, are we talking about like? And that's why my big contribution to the show was, wait, are we talking about like ink marks and like marked ballots and stuff like that? I'm just thinking it's really weird that guy with this name comes out as we're getting all of this election revelations. And I wouldn't even call it revelations because we've known about this stuff for so damn long, and the rest of the world's just finally catching up to us, which is kind of how it's been since 2018.
Yeah, literally. When you hear a normie sit there and say, "Did you hear this?" You're like, "Yeah, like 8 years ago. Why? What?" Huh?
Yeah, what are you talking about? That was a long time ago. But no, I mean, for now, a lot of people, it's finally catching up to the point where and that's how it's been essentially for the last many years. It's like it's almost like by the time it comes around, we're like rolling our eyes at it because we've beat it down ad nauseum, right? And then the other people on the other side, they're just like I don't understand. Trump needs to get out of there. He's just so evil, and can't he understand like elections have consequences? And he lost, and I'm like, these people just don't get what a big deal this whole thing was. Like, still, I think a lot of people overlook how much of a giant scenario this is. And here's the difference for me. I've talked about this before. I go back and forth with one of my ex-coworkers. I still think maybe he'll see the light of day one time. So I do try. I literally sent him a text yesterday. I said, I'm not giving up on you, man. I feel like you're going to see the light of day sometime, right? And I said, here, talking about the Oval Office meeting with Obama, Brennan, Clapper, Rice, etc., where they knew General Mike Flynn of Rhode Island, by the way, didn't do anything as well as President Trump didn't do anything wrong, right? I said, but they continued on this path anyways. Some of these people, I think they're going to have to start seeing it, dude, because they're going to have no choice to, because it's so overwhelming at this point. It's so overwhelming.
And in their face, too. Everything is in your face. Trump comes out talking about declassifying stuff while most of the news networks didn't even cover it, literally. So it's one of those things. You have them on the screen. I was going to bring it up. But that thing on the screen is kind of literally on, was it today? So it's Friday on our show as we're doing our Fox Comms meet on Amazon on Faraday Friday. When this thing came on the screen, even me, and of course, emotions cloud judgment. I know this is a show. I was just sitting back, just like, are you kidding me? Like, how ridiculous do you have to get before people see? Well, apparently we got to get this ridiculous right here. And I saw Rambo's reaction. He was just laughing so hard. It's like, that's what I was doing. I was like, what is happening right now? So again, like you said, it's like, you have to show people, right? Well, that thing right there, if this doesn't get people's attention, like this is the replacement for Plattner, I think, right? Yeah. Come on, man. Come on. Like, what has happened? And Friday, hang on real quick. Friday night, too. on Fox News, Kayleigh McEnany started with saying, this is not, I repeat, this is not a skit from Saturday Night Live, I promise you. And then showed this. I'm like, what is happening? I was like, are you sure? Are you sure it wasn't good enough for Saturday Night Live? Because that's how bad this is. It was so bad that it got taken off Saturday Night Live and they gave it to the nation as a real thing. That's how bad it was.
Oh, dude. I mean, it's beyond. I got some commentary. Now, my buddy sent me something the other day, and I'm going to show you guys in a minute. Let me see if this will come up here. I generally, okay, good. It'll come right up. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to set this up now. I don't want to have you guys listen to me talking here again, because I think I did a little commentary on this one, but I basically played, I think, one of the clips and then said something and then played another one of the clips. But the point of the video that I put up here, and then I put a short on Rumble, the same, saying, this is really the best Maine has to offer the U.S. Senate. Like, and you can even take the, that situation that we're looking at right off the screen. Like, all right, let's just talk about, like, what have you done for, what qualifies you? And I mean, the answers, dude. Let's see. I'll try to avoid the
And then what?
All right, so I'm going to try to avoid the commentary. So I'll look at 1 minute, 17 seconds. So I'll let the beginning part play, and then I'll scrub to the second part. And just, here we go. All right, what gives you credentials to run for United States Senate?
And then with the trans community, like, we're being dehumanized.
I'm sorry. This is the bathroom part.
We want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt anybody. I just want to use the bathroom.
Okay, so I'll go there. That was, whatever. This is me talking about, is this bad enough? All right. And then we're getting into the part where you're going to give your credentials. What makes you good enough to be for Congress, right? I guess nowadays you just have to learn how to accept a bribe, apparently. But listen to the answer, and it's nothing to do, like, I'm on this point forward, I'm taking out the whole this dude wearing a dress scenario. Okay, let's just take it on its merits, and what qualifications, how do you speak, how confident do you look, do you seem nervous or not? Let's see.
What qualifications do you have to serve in the U.S. Senate?
Oh, I ran for office several times. Didn't win, but I did run. And then I'm a songwriter, and then I write my own books. And then I suppose my transparency, I wouldn't lie to the people, and I wouldn't deceive the people like we're being deceived right now. Like,
all right, I'm not going to let it go on to the whole, ICE thing, but
he's not going to deceive people.
Well,
you're wearing that dress. You're wearing that dress is deceiving people, bro. Mr. Ashley Webb. The spider web probably runs deep down in that. I'll stop right now.
Okay, now. This was sent to me. My brother D Starboy sent this over. Now, again, I think a lot of times, it will look like this makes sense, or it'll look like it matches up more than it does. And I don't know that it doesn't, but I think this is more about parody than anything. So here we go. Let's just see. Ready?
Oh my God.
Did they pull the switcheroo? And again, when you do this type of morphing thing, it always tends to look very similar. Like things I've done this many times over the last many years, where you change the opacity from one person to the next. But again, I like I sent to D Starboy, I said, hey, I would need to see Mr. Graham Plattner this week, with a beard.
Right. I haven't seen him in the same room at the same time together. So,
what would you do if you saw Graham Plattner this week all of a sudden has no, whatever? But I mean,
oh my God.
I mean, unless you got, because he looked a lot thinner. But anyways, that happens a lot when, you do that opacity thing. So that was more about fun than anything. But essentially, we had a lot of funny comments in there. But like, was it me, or did he seem like when he was talking, it was like almost like Chris Farley in Black Sheep, like, oh, you want to buy some brake pads? I mean, like, it's like, did you prepare for this at all? Like, what are you qualified to be Senate? I ran a bunch of times, didn't win. It's like, what the hell?
The fact that you're saying that's funny, because not only was this right here like a Saturday Night Live skit, there's another thing they showed on Fox to us of another lady doing something similar for Maine. I don't think it was this dude here, But it was another person, the way she was talking, she quite literally, and Omazon's the one that caught it. She did an exact replica, basically, of the Down by the River skit. And she was doing it for the main stuff. No joke. We like Omazon pulled it up during the show and we did like almost like a side by side. Perfect. And again, it's a Saturday Night Live skit. The things these people are saying are so obvious. The way they're doing it is so obvious. You can even, like, Omazon was able to catch on to the fact that she did a Saturday Night Live skit. Literally, the way she acted was exactly like Chris Farley as Matt Foley. Exactly like that. She just didn't use the exact words, but she did his exact movements and everything. And she sounded like him the way she was talking. I'm a motivational speaker. Like, seriously, though.
Gonna be
it was crazy. Down by the river. Yeah, exactly. Like, no joke. So, like, again, it goes to Saturday Night Live stuff again. And then Kaylee McEnany, for this here on the screen, had to tell us, though, this is not a Saturday Night Live skit. The fact that she had to say that, then you watch it and go, what the frick did I just watch? It has to wake people up, bro. It has to.
Oh, at this point, if you're not seeing that, like, I don't know, and you know, this is what I said, this is really the best Maine has to offer. Neon blinking lights, flash, flash, flash. Like, you know, and then what was even the guy before him? It's like they had to get more ridiculous, right? Graham Plattner, dude had a Nazi's tattoo, which, you know, whatever the thing was fake or not, I don't know. You know, I think we've shown that it looks very odd, but you had the Nazi dude, and then, hey, let's throw in a sexual assault as well. That's cool. And then now he's got to, you know, pull back, and then we put in this person. And then I'm like, wait, so there's nobody else in politics in Maine that, like, nobody else is interested? That's it? That's all you got?
Their main attraction.
That is a very main attraction. And actually, dude, I figure since I'm on, you know, X or Twitter here, I'll cover one of these really quickly here. This is interesting, dude. I don't know. Did I send this to you last night? I know you said you were live, but I said we'd probably cover this. But the two Tate brothers arrested in Miami this time, and so he's getting arrested. He's got a bunch of, you know, expensive jewelry on. His buddy's taking off his jewelry. So apparently, him and his brother got detained or arrested in Miami. And so I went and looked up, you know, what was going on with it, and so I got an article from the AP, which says essentially they're getting extradited to the UK to essentially go through another trial that was basically the same as the trial that they went through in Romania when they were living there, essentially. So it seems like they're rehashing the same thing. British prosecutors announced Saturday that they were seeking extradition on charges that they you-know-whatted and you-know-whatted women between 2010 and 2017. And again, dude, I don't really know the ins and outs of it. From what I understand, they were running some sort of like, webcam site where they had employees and whatnot. So I don't know if he genuinely did that stuff to people, then sure. But if it was just employees working at a place and they're trying to throw this dude under the rug, it's kind of BS. But I don't know. You know, I don't really get it. But apparently, it's down to obviously the last person that gets to say is Marco Rubio. So he gets the final say, and we'll see. You know, we'll see how that stuff plays out. But dude, there's so much stuff coming back on the election stuff, dude. It's almost like old news for us. You know what I mean? But way we've been handling stuff over the last many years, like, dude, I have this stuff like so stuck into my memory. It's not even funny at this point. So I'm very interested to see how this thing is going to be laid out, dude. Now, I think I'll show you a couple ones from the other day. Now, this one, these 2 or 3 right here, this one. So this one, and I don't know if this one was, I definitely covered this because the other day on the 15th, right? 202. And one of them made a lot more sense than the other one. So this one was talking about bad luck when news is about to break against them, right? And again, I think this is the one that I was asking you. Like, I don't know if you've seen posts that are referencing back to 1402 multiple times. I think this is one that's reoccurring because I'm pretty sure I've covered this 2 or 3 times where they've led back to this one in the last couple of weeks.
Led back to 1402?
Yeah, because specifically this one here, like 1202, add 1200, 1402.
Well, the date of it's interesting, May 17th, because May 17th is what was it, last year, 2 years ago, 2024, I think, maybe 23. That was when Barron Trump had his graduation party and whatnot as well. And that's, of course, being the 17th all by itself, but 1402. So I will say that if you keep getting led back to 1402, there's one thing I'll say about it. See how it says number 64 at the, towards the bottom of it?
Yeah.
Drop 64, I know that off the top of my head is very interesting. It says, I must go for good now at this point. So
yes.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, right there. So I've always wondered, I've always had thoughts about that and wondered what exactly it meant. And then, of course, I'm going to pop this in too. Look at the timestamp of it. It's a date, 7/31/24. Again, just interesting fact, because I keep getting things that are pointing me to July. And in my stuff personally, I've been getting July 31st all over the place. So I find it interesting. I tell you to check 64 and I see it again. And again, I must go for good at this point. I've always wondered what that meant.
Same here, bro.
You keep getting, you keep getting 1402, but that's got this drop in it. So regardless of what you do with this, you have to look at this as well at the same time because it tells you to.
Now, the reason I found this post to be very interesting, and I've said it throughout the years, and I don't, nobody's come up with any answers or decodes for it. And I made the proposition that, okay, maybe if we figured out maybe there's a different way, not a different way to decode things, but there's an avenue in which you go down to decode these in a different way that we're not understanding yet, right? And so what I was saying is, even though this was like, the first 64 posts, maybe this in the string of how we were supposed to read them ended up being the last one, and this was supposed to be the last post. You know what I mean? Like, not in order of the way they laid them out, but in the way we were supposed to perceive them, this would have been the last one. And again, I don't think it ever came to fruition. I just thought it was very weird that it said we must go for good at this point, because if you go, it's November 2nd at 7:34 p.m., and I'm pretty sure the next post is like an hour later. November 2nd, 8:07. You know what I mean? So it's not like they waited very long. It was like an hour later, so they didn't go for good.
Well, I do have a thought process. Go back real quick to 64. There's one thing I don't know if I've said to you, Lay, about it. So,
let's see. Here we go. Ding, ding.
So 64, think mirror. 46, Joe Biden. Joe Biden had to go for good, and we had a fake Joe Biden. Number 2, the timestamp being 7/31/24. His 3.5-year marker of Joe Biden's presidency, the second that 3.5-year marker hit, which was on like July 21st, if I'm correct in my head, of 2024. So it literally would be almost identical to where that hits. And if you take what I said about 46, I must go for good at this point. If that timestamp used the date at a 10-day marker to that exact timestamp, Joe Biden gave the reins over to Kamala Harris. So he must go for good at this point. It's a combo of things that I see right here, both of which point to number 46, which you only see if you think mirror. So
very cool.
Just a thought.
I'm putting this into my, okay, maybe it's not in there. Okay. I was looking to see if, what'd you got? He just found something.
Sorry, last thought. So I said 7/31, and I think the date's 7/21. So let's go reverse, read that backwards. 7, and then you have the years, 2017. So 7/1/02, take the 0 out. You have 7/1 and 2, 7/21. That's the exact date of 2024 that I'm talking about, built right into it, next to it.
Very interesting.
Again, that's for those out there that don't get that. I think that's stretchy. That's called number play, and that's how they hide things in it. And I've proven that a million times. So it's not just craziness; it does work doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, dude, I'd love to get your thoughts on this one. I did cover this. I think maybe I didn't, because I posted this here yesterday, or maybe it was setting up for the drops, anyways, or setting up for the show. So this was this was on the 17th. Last day, Patriots apply now, right? It's your final chance to Patriot Max engineers, blah, blah, blah. So they're actually looking to hire people at the Department of War for research and engineering. So if you guys are looking for engineering jobs, there you go. But, dude, I thought this was pretty interesting. Who did we quote lose last week? And who did he used to hang out with a lot? So there you go. There's your 2 hints. Who did we quote lose last week, and who did he hang out with a lot that used to be very close with the boys over in the Middle East, specifically Syria, in the drops? Think spider web.
No Name.
Yeah, yes. So we lost who last week? Flimsy.
Graham.
Flimsy, and then he was good buddies with No Name. So here is 1:05 p.m. That would be 13:05, and I just thought it was interesting. No Name out, and then now we have a post from Lindsey Graham, and then we love good singers. Now this post is from way back in the day. James Comey, I don't trust him. I think he was part of an effort at the FBI to give Clinton a pass. The way they conducted the investigation was a joke. The thumb was on the scale. The head investigator by the FBI hated Trump and liked Clinton. So this is him talking about how we should have a special counsel looking at the DOJ corruption. But I just found it interesting that in that post we happened to be talking about, hey, yeah, we know No Name's out. He's been out. But now we have Lindsey Graham as well. And then we love good singers. Did he sing after he was shown what they did to No Name? And then he became a good boy and healed to President Trump's, back ankle? Because apparently he was, falling in line essentially. But, was he the war hawk still? I mean, I don't know. Any thoughts about this altogether? I just thought it was interesting that No Name, we're talking about McStain, we don't say his name, and then also Lindsey Graham. So he was out, and then now Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, no, I think they're connected, and of all things, I did hit it on the round table when I did my Lindsey Graham thing, because I found out Lindsey Graham's pool hall he lived behind was addressed at 217 when I did that. So I started with the John McCain, Osama bin Laden, and Graham thing. So that alone is, their connection, plus their buddies. Fox News showed them being buddies, all that stuff. So being them connected. So seeing what you're seeing now, No Name out, and then now, first thing I just did, you might have heard me tapping over here. I just checked from that day to that drop to when Lindsey died to see what I'd pop up. I didn't get a hit off that or anything, but like that. So what I do is how I look at this is, I know they're connected. I know they're part of the show because McCain or No Name was the whole 30-day thing perfectly, that every dog has his day, that whole thing. So when I look at Lindsey Graham, he died at 71, 10 days exactly after the date 7/1 on 7/11, 7 hours and 11 minutes after he got back from Ukraine, and his birthday falls on all 3 movies playing simultaneously. All of that just alone means I know they're part of the show. For sure. Now, as far as Lindsey Graham himself, I don't know for sure whether he was a good guy or bad guy, or what you said, he was a bad guy war hawk that got flipped for Trump. That seems to be more likely to me based on everything I've heard, but I'm not sure. Like, they had dirt on him for what he did with McCain, and he became a good guy because of it. He's a former JAG officer, so I have mixed feelings. I don't know what he was, but I think he was, no matter what, part of the show very specifically. So thoughts on Graham? I don't know. He's a weird dude, so.
Yeah, a little weird. Oh, dude, and we didn't even tell the folks what's coming in like a half an hour. I forgot.
Oh, that's right.
I forgot to even tell the folks. We're gonna be joined.
I put it in my show description though. I mentioned it. We are gonna have a special guest. The guys from Unicity are coming in.
Yes. Colton's coming on. Colton's coming on at 2 p.m. because we had a few people ask some questions as well. So he said he's going to come on at 2 p.m. Eastern. So it's about 26 minutes from now. He said he'll hang out for maybe like 20 minutes. And then if you guys have any questions at the end of that, just get them ready. Now, Matrix, I told people last week that, or I think during the roundtable, I'm specifically not weighing myself in this week. And I'm probably going to wait until next Monday, because the last weigh-in that I had, I hit the 2 zeros, and I'm trying to wait to see if I can get into the 19s. So
beautiful, bro.
Yeah,
that's
and if
crazy.
I feel like if I sit there and weigh myself every day, it doesn't work as much as if I just do what I've been doing and like almost like the old rotisserie cookers, set it and forget it. Right? Yeah, set it and forget it. But so yeah, that's what I'm doing now. But hey, dude, already 43 confirmed pounds down. I mean, I'm super happy with that.
That's crazy. So my two buddies, which one of them you kind of know, Bong Hall. A lot of you out there, he has a show. I officially gave him his first box of the Feel Great Protocol on Friday. So whenever he's ready to actually start it up, he'll be doing it. So I can't wait for that. But hearing you were built exactly like they are. They're both right around your height. Both of them were right in the 250 range as well. So like I have my two best friends basically that I'm always with playing disc golf. One of them has the box. The other one, my buddy Drew, already has it now too. So I have my two buddies, one of which has been on it for a minute, but he doesn't do it perfectly, and the other one who has it. So I have two people that are going to be giving me results here really soon as well, and they're built like you. So I'm going to be comparing them to you and how well you have done compared to them. So
hell yeah. Well, I told you, I probably told you guys as well, but I also told Colton and Case in there. I was like, listen, I'm like, when I put my mind to something, I'm going to be a very good example for this. So I'm kind of going above and beyond where I've never been a breakfast and lunch guy anyway, so I've been foregoing those and just fasting till nighttime and having, a decent dinner. And, I still do treat myself to little snacks and stuff like that and still losing weight. So can't beat that. But dude, and, I don't want to harp on it too bad because he's coming in maybe like a half hour. But, when I started doing this stuff and started getting active to do my walks, my feet would hurt, my ankles would hurt, and we're talking walking a mile, right? And so what I've been doing this last week, I've been doing about 3/4 of my mile in a nice jog. And then the rest, so each time I've been basically putting more of a jog into it. And so, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was doing half a mile. I did a 1/4 mile and then a half a mile. Now I'm doing 3/4 of a mile. And I think probably in the next couple of days I'll be doing the full mile jog and then an additional walk around. But that's why I, if not anything, even if you're not doing anything, ladies and gentlemen, get off your butt and walk around at the very least. Get a mile in a day. Like you need to get off your butt and get active because that's what the main thing is. And dude, like a lot of people and myself the same way. Like I get stuck scrolling. Like dude, I'm addicted to this stuff. When I'm not on shows, what am I doing? I'm stuck facing the computer looking at this stuff or facing the phone looking at this stuff. So it becomes, easy to just sit around and do stuff. But it's like, you can scroll on your phone and walk down the street too, right? Just stay on the curb. Just stay on the curb. But dude, yeah, I'm loving this. I always enjoy, I always have historically way back till, he's been this gentleman here, Brian Cates, has always been in our movement since the very beginning, and I've always enjoyed his viewpoints on things, since way back in the day. He had put a very interesting post out there. He says, Israel will end up being their very last proxy state. Once the transnational crime syndicate and international deep state, City of London conglomerate, or place your favorite name for it here, which existed long before Israel did, loses Cuba, Iran, Ukraine, Taiwan, Pakistan, Israel will be last. They're going to have nobody to hide behind them. It's going to be awesome. But I will also add in, I think he touched on it here. Where is it? Yeah, the City of London. Like, I don't know, man. For me, it's going to be a close tie between them and the Israelis. So for me, it's almost like the same thing,
Thank you. That's what they're pretty much the same thing. They're one and the same, even though they're said to be separate. So same with Britain or the kings and whatnot. It's Rothschilds built. So it's all connected regardless how we look at it.
Now I'm going to ask you something to the chat. How many of you have not ever even seen this? Because I'm sure almost everybody has here. And, don't be shy. Nobody's going to be like, oh, my God, I can't believe you haven't seen this. But has anybody not seen President Trump's 2017 inauguration when he was flanked by the military? I mean, dude, this was like, to see this was just like, oh, my word. We've never seen this in the history. And then some Anons back then, much smarter than myself, got right on the scene and started saying, oh, you know what? These guys are actually, these bands here, they actually mean something. And I'm pretty sure I got it right this time, Matrix. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I do. I think the darker one is the JAG officer, and I think the blue one was the military intelligence. But I know for sure military intelligence and JAG officers were represented behind him. And then they came up, flanked him, for about, what, 2 minutes or so? And then they turned around, walked back. Nobody had ever seen anything like that. I wonder what, like, Obama and Bush and them were thinking when they saw that.
I know exactly what they were thinking. Their exact words were, "Oh, shit." So what's funny is, of course, I've been doing this type of stuff since 2001. But whenever this happened, I was working doing spray foam insulation. And it just so happened that day we were lucky enough to still be in the shop when this happened. So I was actually at work. I was the one that turned the TV on, and it was like, I'm not doing any work. I'm watching this damn thing because I wanted to see what happened. And of course, when that happened, I didn't know anything. When those officers came out with Trump, this is before Q. Like, I didn't know anything. I just saw it. I didn't know it wasn't abnormal until Q came out, until I got into it and had to go back and rewatch to understand why it was so important. So for me, it was as usual, a total learning experience for me. I had no will or want to learn politics until Trump came in, and I didn't until Q got a hold of me. That's when I officially said, okay, I'm actually going to try and learn politics, which of course is why nowadays when a lot of things happen, I ask like Omazon or you or anybody I'm with, I'm like, well, what does that mean? I don't even understand this because I just not in my ballpark of things I know. So, but yeah, when that happened, I was like excited, but I didn't understand what it meant. I go back and see it. I'm like, whoa, that was huge. And I had no idea. So
yes. Oh, perfect comm here. Silly Lek, learn our comms. And dude, I'm right there with you. I always looked at politics to be like, that's just boring stuff. But dude, once I started getting into all the things that these slime balls get into, I'm like, wow, this is pretty interesting. It's like very cutthroat, and these people are just dirty as it comes. So yeah, it's pretty wild. But dude, Hulkinator had dropped this one for us last night into the chat. And did you hear what President Trump's quote was to deal with Iran in the last couple of days? He say, "Open the gates, open the gates of hell."
Open the gates.
Yeah, open the gates of hell. So I'm gonna do this just because I want to make sure this is not so crazy loud. I'm gonna try to mute it first. Let me see. Yeah, okay. This is so loud. I'm gonna try to keep it on the lower side. But just keep in mind, dude, like when you guys that are watching, if you've not seen this, this is a big kaboom, dude. Like this is one of the other posts I didn't pull up that we touched on leads to another post that says next week, boom, boom, boom. Right? So that was a couple of days ago, and I could pull that one up in a second. But here we go. Let me make sure it's not too loud. And you're going to see a bunch of explosions here, and then one ginormous one at the end, or towards the end. Dude, that is I don't even know what the hell that thing was, but that was a kaboom of legendary proportions. Let's listen to that. Little hot there, huh? Little hot, you think there?
Holy crap, man.
Little hot in here, Seinfeld? No, actually, I'm quite comfortable.
Was that a Moab? Jeez.
Yeah, that was let's see. What ordnance did that? Let's see. That was like a friggin', dude. We like talking about friggin' the atom bombs. Jeez, I mean, obviously not, but that was just a big boy. Come on, what are you doing? Rock's super slow, dude, huh? Think faster. Did I spell ordnance right? I don't think I did. Ordinance.
Ordinance. You need an I in there,
yeah. Whatever. Come on.
That's why it's not finding it. It's like, oh, you don't know how to spell, bro.
Like you're a Riri, buddy. Sorry. But actually, as that goes on here, let's see. Oh, Polymarket was wrong again last week too. They got found wrong. That was actually pretty funny. So as a result of that, Today, Iraq just signed 48 deals with U.S. companies, including with USA oil giants, to bypass the Strait of Hormuz via a new pipeline. Today's deals are worth, total deals are worth over $60 billion per Reuters. Chevron, ExxonMobil, Shell, and more are also involved, and Iran hates this. So let's see if they ever got back to us here. Oh, it's still, come on.
Real quick, that last one you just saw, 4860. Is what the two sets of numbers was on there? Go back, yes, at 48 deals, 60 billion. Look at drop 4860. This is what I do. This is the stuff I do. My next piece is called Nothing and Stop What Is Coming, bro. And then you have the sunlight. Think about the sunlight that's being messed with right now in Canada. QAnon people love our country. Come on, man. Those are the two numbers they put right up on the screen. That's the stuff I always look at. They have two sets of numbers. Is it a drop? All right, let's look. And nothing can stop what is coming, bro.
I remember when he wrote that post on Twitter. He's like, I don't know what that means, but I like it.
I don't know what it means, but I like it.
I don't know what it means, but I like it. There we go. It's not possible to definitively identify the type of a large-scale nighttime fire with intense fire. But yeah, how about give me a guess? How about give me something? Precision munitions. No kidding, you think? It says probably bomb missile, JDAM variant, specific cruise missile. Yeah, probably the freaking cruise missile. That was a big boy. Excuse me. But with that in mind, our buddy AO had an interesting post and interesting pictures as well, dude, that are inside of this post. So let me see here. I'm gonna read this one first here. So what we got here is breaking. Iran is seriously, this is funny, Hormuz report. Iran is seriously considering, no they're not, but they're reporting this anyway, considering a ground incursion into Kuwait to seize U.S. military bases. Yeah, good luck with that one, including Camp Buring and either Camp Arifan or Ali al-Salam Air Base if Washington continues its military campaign against Tehran, according to prominent Iranian journalist and analyst Mahdi Khanazadeh and former Iranian minister Matkaki. He says Kuwait is considered one of Iran's principal options for a potential ground incursion aimed at seizing the two U.S. military bases located within the country. Motaki says, previously said Iran could launch a ground operation to capture U.S. troops and take them as prisoners to Iran if necessary, while Iranian officials has warned that no political border will be safe and that Tehran would shift to a, quote, full-scale offensive if U.S. strikes continue. I mean, dude, what do they have left to, like what's left? That's what I want to know. And
not much, if anything. I mean, it's all narrative playing out. They're in the cleanup stage, so maybe they're just finding the last few things that have the ability to attack. Because remember one thing they did say. As they're doing all this, they've wiped out so much that they can just sit there and wait for them to attack something, and then boom, they know their location, go in and attack, because that's probably where they have stuff hidden. It's probably still that stuff going on, and then you have somebody in Tehran going, oh, you keep doing it, we'll fire at you. Well, that's a good narrative to throw in, so now Fox News can go, hey, guys, guess what? Tehran's going to bomb us, and now they have a whole story to run with all day. So, again, I don't know whether it's really going on or not, but it sure seems narrative-driven to say, oh, Iran's got more. We knock them out. Oh, well, now they have more, and another leader and another leader. So it's never ending. So whether it's real or not, I don't know.
Oop, on to the next one, right? Yeah, we have we got a leader, and they had some leaders, and then we took out some leaders, and then they got the replacements. And yeah, it's not good for them.
The gay Ayatollah.
Yeah, but our buddy here, AO, he did serve as well, and so he's posting to this. He says, if they were to try this, Iran would experience their own version of the highway of death from back in Iraq during the Gulf War, 1991 style. The entire route they'd have to take through southern Iraq, they don't share a border with Kuwait, runs through flat open desert with minimal cover. Remember, they have no navy now, so crossing the Persian Gulf is off the table. In short, this type of move would only accomplish begging a wholesale slaughter of any ground troops they'd try to run the gauntlet with. It doesn't take a genius to understand that making columns of soldiers either attempt to cross 400 plus miles on foot or in vehicles would leave them 100% exposed, making them extremely vulnerable to detection from above, as we have complete domination of the sky from both space, satellites, and I'll just say satellites, and strikes by U.S. aircraft, drones, and precision munitions. In short, this is a laughable bluster from a failing regime with no options left to flex. But hey, they're still being pushed, you know what I mean? They're still being pushed by, in my opinion, the city of London to continue this farce. And that is, make no mistake, they are getting pushed to do this as well.
Yeah. Interesting.
Good luck. I mean,
good luck. Yeah, basically. Exactly. That's where, And when it comes to anybody over there that's trying to fight with us, it's just kind of laughable anyway. Anybody trying to fight with us is laughable. So hearing this, it makes me roll my eyes. Literally, it just does. So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let me see. All right, so I want to keep some of this other stuff for a little bit later. But, dude, did you hear about anything? I don't know if I sent it to you or maybe you heard about it already, but anything weird about Ayanna Pressley today? Hey.
No, I didn't hear anything about that.
Presley's husband, Conan Harris, owns the house yesterday where they found the body. Presley's husband, Conan Harris, owns the two-story home as a rental property, and the couple did not live there. The Congresswoman releasing a statement extending her condolences to the impacted family as the investigation continues.
So, dead body found in the home owned by Massachusetts Congresswoman's husband. By the husband. Huh. Let's see. Does the husband, and I already know the answer to this, have a criminal, let's see, I'm not the worst typer, record? You know, that's what happens when you do all your videos for 7 years on your phone and then go over to a laptop. But essentially, yes, her husband here, now this is a member of the House, right? Congress. They don't vet these people a little bit better. Conan Harris, husband of Rep. Ayanna Pressley, has a criminal record. He was convicted in 2006 on federal charges, primarily for drug trafficking, possession with intent to distribute crack cocaine, along with related firearm offenses. He served about 10 years in federal prison. Presley House. So they put that on his friggin' website? The appeal. Wow. Now he and Presley are fighting for re-entry reform. Wow. Issue of prison re-entry is personal. Both her father and husband went through it themselves. Last week, her husband testified before the House Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security on barriers to making successful return from prison, drawing on his experience of reintegrating into his community after serving 10 years for drug trafficking. Oh, dude, you're going to love this. What does the husband do for work now? And let me know. Dude, see? I can't type. I can't type a shit. All right, let's go. We'll let this thing continue here. So, she needed to testify that, they need to reintegrate criminals into society, right? Not just to throw them away and, let them come out savages. When Presley married Harris in 2014, he had already successfully reintegrated into the Boston community where he was raised. He has worked at Boston City Hall as a senior public safety advisor and would soon become executive director of My Brother's Keeper Boston. And he'd become an advocate for people like him who were struggling to restart their lives after a period of incarceration. So the dude started working for Boston City Hall, and he runs his own management consulting firm, is involved in real estate and development projects. Founder and principal of Conan Harris and Associates, also referenced as CJ Strategies. Consulting firm, strategic planning, executive coaching, capacity building, helping organizations diversify their workforce leadership pipelines. I mean, dude,
I bet he helps diversify a whole lot, huh?
Right? Dude, are you kidding me? But wait, so this guy needed to go before Congress and testify about people that need to help integrating, when this guy is the worst example of people that need help integrating, because clearly he got a lot of help integrating. And dude, a crack, you got caught with, you got charged, indicted, and you spent federal time because of crack cocaine dealing, trafficking, and gun charges. and then later on you get to work at City Hall. Like, why does that not play right in my head? Like, I feel like you shouldn't be able to work at City Hall after you do 10 years for, selling crack cocaine and drug and gun charges. I feel like that's a little bit outside the, the standard. I could be wrong.
You go to McDonald's and get a job. They want to drug test you. You want to be president. They don't. What's that tell you? Same with all the government stuff. So yeah, that's how. Yeah, and as we know, I don't know how long it's been going officially, but the DEI hiring has been slowly but surely happening. And then, of course, it led up to the recent where it happened like crazy. But these are all DEI hires put into place by the other corrupt people that were their family members that got into a place of power, probably also got placed in by another corrupt person. So that's the infiltration that's worked its way up to now. So finally, it's coming out to where we can see it and things are happening. So.
Let me see. Now this post here is. Let me see. When was this post from? This is just juicy stuff, dude. This is actually yesterday.
I like juicy. I like juicy.
And I think they're going to be coming in shortly, so I don't want to go too long here. But I think this will be okay. All right. So, and I very much enjoy Mr. Lang's accounts here. Did you hear a bunch of people got demonetized for doing the slap on copying of videos? And dude, all it takes to transform a video is, as we know, is like I did in that first video that I showed: play a clip, make a comment on it, play another clip. But all these people were doing essentially were just ripping a video and slapping their brand on it, and as a result, they got demonetized. But this guy does some good stuff here. He says, "Can I pull the curtain and reveal the whole truth?" This is another huge bombshell report by John Solomon, and this is extremely more important than even he's saying here in this for us guys. So I want everybody to think about the plan, how far back it actually goes. All right, so think about that in your head with what I'm about to tell you. Quoting the report, from 2004 to 2020 or 2020, the U.S. intelligence community monitored plans by the Venezuelan leadership to electronically manipulate their country's own voting machines, including the use of substaining false votes, in order to secure victory for the ruling socialists. President Donald Trump, who declassified intelligence information on those plans and released them to the public on Thursday, says the Venezuelan capabilities are evidence that American voting systems need to be better secured. The Venezuelan plots specifically raised alarm bells in the United States because Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez collaborated with Smartmatic, a voting machine company that in 2005 acquired the U.S.-based Sequoia voting systems to develop them. Here's the story most Americans are still not prepared to accept. The CIA wasn't monitoring Venezuela's development of voting machines to steal elections. They were assisting them. Does anybody believe that the CIA was, quote, monitoring this Venezuelan operation and then just turned a blind eye when Venezuela owned Smartmatic, acquired the U.S.-based Sequoia voting systems? If Chavez was such an enemy to the American people, then why would President Bush allow Smartmatic to make that purchase? Do you want to know the truth? Constant threats between George W. Bush and Chavez were all for show. The Bush family had deep ties to Venezuela for many decades, and so has the CIA. Venezuela became a hub for illegal drug trafficking, shadow fleet oil sales, and money laundering through a closed financial system, because that's how the CIA shadow government funds itself outside congressional oversight. Did you know that Jeb Bush has longtime connections to Venezuela? Did you know that George Herbert Walker Bush helped a Venezuelan president get elected in a fraudulent election back in '73 when Jeb was working for a Houston bank in Caracas? The Bush family is so dirty and connected to this election fraud more than people know. So, a family affair. Don't forget the story from last year. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence obtained voting machines from Puerto Rico and probed them for security vulnerabilities, the office said. The ODNI claimed in a statement to have found extremely concerning cybersecurity and operational deployment practices with voting machines in Puerto Rico, but did not provide detailed evidence. The U.S. Attorney in Puerto Rico, Homeland Security Investigations agents, and FBI Supervisory Special Agent facilitated the voluntary turnover of election voting hardware and software to the ODNI for analysis. The ODNI spokesperson said it is unclear exactly when the agency received and studied the voting machines. Everything is connected. And then, dude, this guy gets arrested, right? And every picture you see him, he's like throwing up a peace symbol. He's got a new outfit. He's smiling. When does a cage bird sing? Or, did he sing a long time ago, and was this all for show? But again, I want to bring you guys' attention back to the very beginning here. From 2004 to 2020, the intelligence community was monitoring and was aware of this stuff. And you know what else they were aware of, dude? They were also aware in 2008 of an asset coming in called Barack Obama. Right? I think we've played that one many times. Oh, we got Colton coming on in. Let's pull him on in, and as he gets set up here, I will I don't even know if let me see if I got it. And dude, every time I used to look this up, I would pull them up and Lisa's clip would come up, but I don't need to play it again anyways. But it talks about the intelligence agencies back in 2008 all knew about this this asset of foreign intelligence that was coming in, and he goes, I don't even like to say the guy's name. He became president in 2008, right? Talking about Obama. So, dude, like our whole country has been infiltrated for a very long time by some very bad actors. And I often wonder, let me see. And Colton, we're going to be with you in about 30 seconds, brother. I'm going to pull you right in if you're listening. And so they've been very much aware of this stuff for a very long time. And those assets that came into our country, right? Like you'd think they didn't have a clue about this stuff back then. I mean, 2004 to 2020. But, any thoughts on this? And then we'll bring Mr. Colton in.
Yeah, I'll make it quick to actually go back even further. Instead of saying 2004 to 2020, I'll go back further. The infiltration goes all the way back to 1871 when it became official with the Organics Act, which was happened on February 21st, 1871. After the Civil War, when we were broke, the Rothschilds bought their way into our country. There is your official infiltration. You can also find out that after that moment, all of our weird big fires that burned a lot of stuff down happened, and we had to have all these fairs. We got, the Federal Reserve. We got, Social Security numbers, World War I, World War II, off the gold standard, and here we sit today. And now they're saying, 2004 to 2020, that we got infiltrated, bro. Let's tell the truth. We were a corporation since 1871, and we're trying to flip the script back. That's the truth of it. That's how I feel. But, 2004 to 2020, what were they doing? No, they were helping it happen because they knew the only way the American people would go with what they were doing is if they were cheating, because we weren't going to go with what they were doing. So, very simple.
Very, very true. Very true. All right. Well, as advertised, and we told the folks a little earlier, excuse me. I keep getting that, and my pollen is just not going away, so I'm extremely allergic to seasonal pollen. But I believe we have Mr. Colton with us today, so let me pop up the screen here. Colton, are you with us, sir?
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
What is up, brother? How you doing? And I'll pull you up on the screen in a second if you'd like to. But how are you doing on this fine Sunday? Thank you for coming on, and we had a lot of people that had messaged us that were kind of excited you were coming on.
Hey, the Sunday's been great. I appreciate y'all having me back. Seriously, I've talked to a lot of people since I was last on the show, and man, y'all have such a great community. So it's always good to be here with y'all.
I appreciate, yes, and I can wholeheartly agree with that sentiment. And one thing I've always said too is in our community, these folks are always super great people, like salt of the earth type of folks, and that they, the thing that I would always get the most interaction with on like my Twitter posts and stuff was always when I asked for people for like prayers for other people that are sick or injured or stuff like that. So that shows you the mettle of the folks that we're dealing with here for sure. But yeah, I'm actually setting myself up to right now to get a couple of pictures ready for you in a second because dude,
heck yeah.
I was telling Matrix, I'm just gonna call this one stacked image. There we go. So I was telling Matrix, and I don't know if I told you this as well, but I had essentially stopped. I'm not doing a weigh-in this week, and I'm gonna wait till like next Monday because the last time I did a weigh-in, me starting at I'm gonna pull them up here. I'm gonna pull it up right here. Ding. So this one I'm going to pull up on the screen for you guys here. So this is the last one when I was making the stacks right there of all the other ones at the ex-in-laws house. I was going over there and weighing in every week or so. And so what a lot of people might not know is that I didn't start here. I actually started at my son's physical, but I was 253.5 when I started that. And then so you see the progression as we go down here from 249 down to 226, right? And then so at my last weigh-in, let me go back to, go back to current. Here we go. So the last one that I've done was this one right here. Bing! And that's my scale. If you notice, it's not all dirty like theirs is, and I got new socks and everything. No, but yeah, dude. So I'm waiting to like next Monday because my hope is that I will actually be in the 1.9s, and that's very much a possibility with the way things have been going. And I've just been following the protocol, dude, and I can't say enough great things about it, bro. I really can't. So let me.
And Spaceshot, that's incredible, man. Seriously, like a round of applause for you.
Dude, yeah, it's, and it's actually, I was going to say it's not been easy, but it actually has been easy. Once you start getting your, once you start following it, and the piece of advice I would give people, especially if you're like me and you were drinking a bunch of like sweet tea all the time, like the funny thing is now is if I even was to put sweet tea into my mouth, it tastes like the equivalent of eating bad food. Like I spit it out immediately. And that was maybe a couple months ago. I had a thing in there. I'm like, let me just put it to my lips and I was like, oh, it literally tastes like, I don't know how to describe it, like bad food mixed with like almost like bad metal or something like that. It just, your body is like, no, this is not good. Do not consume this. Very weird.
Yep. I had a similar experience last weekend. I'm a long distance runner, and I had this race that I've been training for. And so I ran this race, was really tired. And I didn't have anything, like I drank all the water I had. And so the closest thing that I had was a Dr. Pepper. And I was like, well, let me try this. I haven't had soda in, I don't know, like a year. Dr. Pepper was my thing like 10 years ago. But anyway, so I drank this. I was like, this is disgusting. This is terrible. You don't realize until you've had some time away from these things that like what you're addicted to right now or what you think is so good, it really isn't. And it's just hijacking your brain. Seriously, it's crazy.
Oh, it definitely is. And there you go. I finally worked my magic and got you on the screen, dude. It only took me like 5 minutes, but thank you for being here, brother. And dude, I can't say enough great things. And many people over the last many months, Chris Jaus, one of my mods here, she said it, and it's okay that we've talked about it. She's like, I was pre-diabetic for 20 years, no longer, right? And then I have other people that were telling me the same thing, and then other people also telling me blood pressure as well. And so I've not tested my blood pressure in a while, and that's something I'm going to do in the next couple of days too, because mine wasn't like super jacked up high, but it was a little bit higher than it should have been. So I'm guessing that's going to be better too now. And I don't know, Matrix.
Real quick, I got a couple comments in the chat. So
right.
Mr. Grass 41 out there says the feel great is excellent. I've lost over 50 pounds, nearly off all drugs, and then congrats to Spaceshot as well. Also, I've had two people that are in my thing that went from being pre-diabetic to not pre-diabetic anymore as well. I've been getting nonstop rave reviews. I hit my 10 months on the 25th of this month myself. I'm not in it to lose weight, of course. I'm in a totally different thing, but I'm not joking. I'm at 41. I have not felt this good in at least 10 years. So I'm not even the one losing weight. I'm actually gaining weight because I'm working out, but that's a side point. I feel great. It's all about the healthiness to this. Don't forget, everybody out there, it reverses insulin resistance that can also help reverse what? Type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure. And I've seen that work on a whole bunch of people already. So shout out to this. No joke.
Wow. I mean, how often do you hear that, Colton? I mean, it's wild.
Every day.
Right?
Yep, I hear it every day. Seriously. I mean, you hear these really awesome stories like losing 50 pounds. That's incredible. Coming off of almost all of your medications. That's life-changing. And that's what we aim to do, is we want people to take control of their life again. You have big food and big pharma that have taken control of our lives, and we want to stick it to them. And we want to get out of this grasp that they've got. And that's what I hear every day, is these stories of people that, whether it's losing weight, whether it's coming off a med, whether it's being able to play with your grandkids because you've got energy, like whatever it is, they feel like they have control of their life again. And that's what we're aiming for with everybody. So that's why I'm here. That's why I love doing this stuff.
Yeah, and guys, if you guys do have any questions, excuse me, that's why he's here as well to answer any questions that you might have. And I've even given a 30-pack of the Unamate to my neighbor because most days, it's so strong that I usually take one a day. Today I had two. It depends on what time I get up, right? If I get up earlier, I'll usually have two or whatever, but I usually have an extra box of that. So I gave it to my neighbor, and she's actually probably listening. So if you're listening, Diana, if you have any questions, just text me. But she's like, yeah, she goes, I loved it. Immediately took it, and she goes, I'm interested, and she wants to grab some for her son as well. But yeah, and I kind of trailed off there, and where I was gonna go is one piece of advice I would give folks is that when you go down this road, if you're like me, and where I was going with that, with all the sugary drinks and stuff, I for now would drink a lot of water, but as my kind of mix off drink from going from super sweet tea and all this other stuff was Powerade Zero, so 0 calorie stuff and whatever. But do not go from drinking sweet tea to going to drink Powerade Zero because it's going to taste gross. For me, and I've told this to my buddy D Starboy too, who's in the chat, and I said, what you want to do is drink some water, then go drink your Unamate, and then after you drink your Unamate, then go for the zero stuff, and it tastes good. And I can't explain it, but I don't know, it's weird brain chemistry or whatever. But from going to the Unamate and then to the Powerade Zero or stuff with no calories, where previously I was like, oh, this has no flavor, it's gross. It actually tastes good now, right? It's the weirdest thing. And again, putting just a little sip of that stuff in my mouth, I was like, ugh, like spitting it out. It tasted rancid, I guess would be the word I could use. But dude, and the funny thing is too, when I was very early on this, and I said to my son, I was like, oh, I lost 6 pounds already. And he's like, oh, 6 pounds is good, but that's not a lot. And I was like, well, we were at the in-laws' house. I said, well, here's a, de-icer box. It's a thing of de-icer that was like 12 pounds, and it was halfway full. So I said, here, pick this up. I said, just carry this around for the next 20 minutes. I said, that's what I lost in the last 2 weeks, right? But now I'm at about 7 times that right now. I'm at a confirmed 43 pounds down, and you know what? I can start seeing my abs again, brother. There are muscles under there, and they're going to start poking out. They're starting to show their way a little bit, because previous to that, I had that little bit of the basketball there, right? And I was telling people, the reason why I weighed 250 is because I did have muscle under there before, and I need to, obviously get back to working that out better. But they're starting to poke out, bro. They are absolutely starting to poke out, and so I'm telling you, I think within the next couple of weeks, you might start seeing some ab shots. I won't promise anything yet.
Hey, it's impressive. Along with the weight, we're going to see a picture of the abs every week.
There you go. We'll definitely do it. Let me see. I want to see if there's anybody. Trying to see if there's anybody in the chat had any questions here. In here. So yeah, guys, if you do have any questions, you go ahead, brother.
I've been answering them myself in the chat, but I'll go ahead and let you answer them, Colton, since you don't have the knowledge and whatnot. So one of them was, number one is, do you have to be on it forever? And then does it react with any medications?
Yeah, so the medication question, no, it doesn't. The product is all natural. It's as if you're eating food. It's like eating food. And so you won't have any contraindications with medication. You won't have any issues at all. As for how long you want to be on it, that's up to you. There are people that I know who have said, I have a goal of losing 50 pounds. And so they've used this to lose 50 pounds, and they've come off of it. And then several months later, they've started using Feel Great again, because they say, hey, like this, it's like brushing my teeth, right? I love the way I feel after I've brushed my teeth. My teeth are clean. My breath is nice. And I love the way I feel when I'm using the products. I feel energetic. I'm handling the foods I'm eating a lot better. And so it's up to you. It's not that these people were starting to gain weight again, because what Feel Great does is it helps you address the root causes of these problems. And typically that's our actions, what we're eating, our lifestyle. It helps us make these slight changes that make us healthy again. But Feel Great also makes those changes easier. When you're craving food all the time and you start to drink Unamate, that food noise, it goes away. And so when you stop Unamate, you might feel a little bit of that food noise come back. And so, yeah, I mean, it's up to you. Most people, they continue to buy it I mean, one reason is it's saving people money. When you stop snacking all day long, when you stop drinking, your 2 or 3 Monster Energies, the $5 that the system costs per day can save you $10, on the back end when you're not eating and drinking all of these extra things. I mean, just imagine the person that goes to Starbucks every morning and gets some, latte, mocha, whatever, and they also get a donut or a cake pop or whatever the heck they sell, and they're spending $15 a day, just at Starbucks. When you cut that out because you've got Mate that's holding you over and it's helping you feel great, and you're saving money. So yeah, it's up to you on how long you want to use it. Most people, they continue to use it just because there's so many awesome benefits.
I love the energy. I mean, for me, dude, this stuff wakes me up so much faster than coffee ever did. And and like in the beginning, I didn't know what was going on, so I had to like tell myself like, all right, because the caffeine will keep me up, and I'm like, I cannot drink one of these after like 4 for me personally, right? So I've tailored that back, and you guys will find out what the sweet spots for you guys is out there. But I'm trying to check in my chat here. Somebody was asking. Any artificial sweeteners? Monk fruit ? CS Contreras is asking monk fruit ? Any artificial sweeteners?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay,
yeah.
Good.
So there's no artificial sweeteners. Actually, I take that back. We have one artificial sweetener in one of our flavors, but that's being changed here very, very soon, within about a month. But almost all Unimate flavors, and actually, I'm wrong, guys. It's been a morning. We already changed that. We changed that about a month ago. So there's no artificial sweeteners anymore. We had one, but that's been changed out. All Unimate and all balanced flavors are sweetened by stevia. It's a natural plant. It is one of the highest quality or the highest quality stevia you could get. If you look at the product info or the nutrition facts, everything that shows the ingredients, it's called a steviol glucosoid. I think that's how you pronounce it. Just high quality natural stevia that sweetens the product. So yeah, there's no artificial sweeteners.
Oh, okay. I think some people were under the assumption that maybe stevia was artificial. I think that's maybe a common misconception.
Yes.
Yeah, totally a misconception.
Mr. Matrix, you got anything?
You could probably look it up right here if you wanted to show, but stevia, it is a plant-based sweetener. Yeah, it comes from the stevia plant. Yep, it's a plant that's grown in South America.
Zero calorie natural sweetener that comes from the leaves of the Stevia rebaudiana plant, which is native to South America. Sweet taste comes from compounds, the leaves called steviol glycosides, mainly stevioside and riboside A. These compounds are 200 to 300 times sweeter than table sugar, which, by the way, is horrible for you. That Matrix, I don't know if I get this right or wrong, but is it white blood cells? Like, I know there's a certain blood cell that when sugar hits your body, it stops producing. Maybe Colin knows better than me. I don't know.
As far as that specific as I don't know, I just know that sugar is the number one thing that cancer likes to eat and go after in your body, which is why I don't have a granule of sugar in my house.
Yep, same thing. All my cane sugar or any of sugar along those lines are gone. I have nothing in my house whatsoever. And again, going from this, what you were talking about is, I'm like laughing as you were saying. I'm like, yeah, snacking, saving money. Yeah, I mean, I almost probably broke even on, and you guys might think I'm exaggerating, but I was drinking pretty much close to almost a gallon of that, Arizona sweet tea a day, like pretty damn close. And you're talking, $3.79 a day, times 30 days, and then add in the snacks. Much happier and much more energy. And I was so much more sluggish before. And of course, that comes with losing 43 pounds, but also having energy and getting up. And that's what I was saying to the folks before you came on, was like, even if you're not taking anything, people need to get off your butt and get active. It's so easy to just sit on your butt and sit around the house all day, especially when we're like, in the instant gratification, scrolling phase of life right here. Let me see. So yeah, go ahead, buddy.
I got two quick ones that I can kind of answer both, but with Colton here, I'll have him do it as well from PQuest. Two things. the Unamate Fierce, which I know is the lemon ginger with a kick to it. Can you just tell me what is the kick? Is it cayenne or chili pepper? What is it that actually gives the kick?
It's cayenne.
I thought
Yeah,
so.
it's an extract of cayenne.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see it. It's not actually, it doesn't say cayenne. It is, oh goodness, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what it's called. Oh goodness. Sorry, guys, I can't remember what it's called. There's capsaicin. It's capsaicin.
Oh, capsaicin. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, capsaicin is the hot, spicy thing that comes from peppers. And so we have an extract of capsaicin from cayenne peppers that gives it the kick. It's like lemon ginger on steroids, you could say.
Yes. And actually, I will say this. Okay, so I actually literally have it right now in my bottle. So with that, it sort of goes out there. I tend, and I told you this many times, Colton, I used to drink a lot of coffee, and I started drinking a lot of Unamates. And I got my Unamates where I was literally drinking between almost 4 and 6 a day because that was replacing my coffee. Since the spicy or fierce one came out, it stops me from drinking as much, actually, and it still has the same effect on me. So I want to shout out the Fierce because I drink a lot less of the Unamate when I drink the Fierce, and it still gives me the same effect. I'm not just pounding it all day because of that little spice to it. So I love it. It's one of my new favorite flavors as well. And number 2, I can also explain this as well, but I want you to. The Stronghold, which of course is the creatine. I have been on that now myself for 4, maybe 5 months or something along that range. I am having excellent results from it because, of course, I am working out. I'm not trying to lose weight on the Feel Great protocol. I'm trying to eat correct food and do it in the right time as well. So my results from this is since I started the creatine, I have noticeably, visually noticed that my workouts, my results are coming lightning fast. And the reason, of course, is the creatine. I understand it, but Colton, what does the Stronghold do for you?
Yeah, so Stronghold is made up of 3 different ingredients, you could say. One is creatine, which creatine is probably the most studied supplement ever. It has the best profile of results coming from studies than any supplement out there. Creatine is incredible. It's very, very good for you. But what may actually be more potent in Stronghold or more helpful is HMB. That stands for beta-hydroxy beta-methylbutyrate. That's a really long word.
Say that 3 times fast.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible. This is a metabolite of an amino acid called leucine. And what this does is it helps reduce muscle breakdown and it supports muscle growth. Now, HMB has become pretty popular over the past year. There are actually not many sources of HMB out there. You can't buy it from many places, many companies. I stand by the fact that we have the best source of HMB on the market, and actually the most cost-effective source as well. And so HMB is probably more powerful in helping you maintain and also build muscle mass. One thing that's really incredible, there are studies that show HMB in a calorie deficit can help you maintain muscle mass. Normally, if you're in a calorie deficit, you're going to lose both fat and muscle. It's almost impossible to maintain muscle when you're in a calorie deficit because your body is just going to burn some of it naturally. But HMB has been proven to help you maintain muscle mass in a calorie deficit. That's pretty incredible. So for someone who is, let's say, 50 years old or older, especially if you're a woman, this is like the best product you could have. You start to lose muscle mass at an incredible rate. And for a woman who is 50 or older, it's nearly impossible. It's not impossible, but it's nearly impossible to gain this muscle mass back. If a woman, who's 50, let's say she gets in an accident and she's bedridden for a couple of weeks, she loses a lot of muscle mass, and it's really dangerous for her because it's so hard for her hormonally, the way that we're created, there are differences. It's hard for her to gain that muscle mass back. But HMB has been shown to help both women and men put on muscle mass even in older ages, which again is so difficult. It also has another product in it called leucine. L-leucine. It is an amino acid that, again, aids in gaining and maintaining muscle mass. It's an incredible product. I take Stronghold every day, usually twice a day. There are so many benefits in helping your muscles recover if you're an active person. But I would say if you're starting to get up there in age, if you're my parents' age, if you're in your 60s, this could be one of the best things that you could take daily, because you do not want to lose muscle mass, especially as you age. That will lower your metabolism. You burn less calories every day, and that can make us unhealthier. But yeah, sorry, that was probably too much of an answer for that question.
No,
that was a
that's
deep
great.
dive.
That was definitely, no, that was great. And actually, that was something I was thinking about too, because I'm starting to consider, like, at a certain point, my, obviously when I get close to my goal weight, I'm going to start tailoring off because I'm not going to have all that extra fat to burn off, right? But I also want to build more muscle as well. So I think maybe Matrix, send me a link to that stuff, and I'm going to get on that as well, just because I want to build muscle. I used to work out a lot when I was younger, you know what I mean? And let's just say when I was between 18 and 25, I was pretty shredded, about 185, 190, and had muscles and abs and all that good stuff. I want to get back to that, even though I'm creeping in on 50 years old on November. So we'll see how that works out. But that's kind of my concern, because I'm like, I know I'm going to start getting to the point where I'm going to have less to lose. But like you're saying, at a deficit, it's tough to build muscle, right? So I definitely need to get that. Now, what was the name of that product again? So just so I can.
It's called Stronghold.
Stronghold. All right, I'm writing that down.
Yeah, and if anyone listened to me and what they got out of that is, I only need Stronghold if I want to build muscle, or if I'm a bodybuilder, or if I'm a weightlifter or anything like that. That's not the case. Stronghold is for everyone. We talk about insulin resistance. It is the primary driver of why the US is so unhealthy, why we're all so unhealthy. But there's something else called anabolic resistance, which I'm not going to get into right now. But what anabolic resistance hits on is the fact that as we age, and because of the standard American diet, we tend to lose a lot of muscle mass. And this also drives a lot of health issues for us. And so you have Feel Great, which addresses insulin resistance. Stronghold, this product addresses anabolic resistance. It helps us maintain and even build the muscle mass if we need it, so that we're not dealing with all of these terrible issues that come from losing muscle mass. I mean, one example is that excess glucose in our body can be stored and used up by muscles. So one of the best things you could do is, if you eat a really big dinner after drinking, your balance beforehand, once you finish that dinner, you could go for a walk outside for 5 or 10 minutes. And your body, your muscles are going to take this glucose and use it. They're going to store it, so it doesn't end up going, filling up our liver and then being put into fat cells. But when you lose muscle mass, you can't regulate blood sugar as well. And so Stronghold, it indirectly helps you regulate blood sugar because you're building or maintaining more muscle mass.
Interesting. And again, guys, any questions on the chat, just drop them in there. I see a couple of people. BT of I don't even know. BTOFTHA BTF Thagan says, drinking my ginger unamate as you speak. I went with the lemon, and then the berry at night, just to mix it up a little bit. And I'll tell you what, I very much enjoy that berry too. And I always tell my son, hey, take a couple little sips of this. Just a couple.
Just so you don't confuse people, the berry is the balance, the lemon is for the unamate. Just so people out there don't get confused.
Oh yeah, that's what I.
And there's a pomegranate flavored unamate, really good, raspberry pomegranate.
Yeah, kind of just brought that up.
Berry-ish flavor, yeah.
Yeah. So So the unamate flavoring too. You have the one that pops up, that chocolate mint one or whatever. So
yeah.
That was a limited time, right? Or was that a full-time thing? Is that full?
Yeah, so we have some flavors that are seasonal that we release at different times of the year. Unamate Fierce, for example, that is a seasonal flavor. It's usually spring through summer. The chocolate mint decaf Unimate was initially seasonal, but it's now here to stay. It's one of the decaf, caffeine-free versions of Unimate. You have a decaf lemon flavor and a decaf chocolate mint brownie flavor.
That was actually one of the questions I had here. They were asking if they had a caffeine-free version, which you just got your answer.
Yep. Yeah. So it's not 100% caffeine-free. It's impossible to get all of the natural caffeine out of the yerba mate extract, but it's so little. It's like as much as if you ate one little piece of dark chocolate. So it's enough that we can legally say it's decaf. It's like a decaf coffee. It still has the smallest amount of caffeine in it, but it's negligible.
Interesting. And then I'm seeing
that's what I got right here. Decaf.
So it's decaf. That's the lemon, yeah. And I'm seeing Chris Shells, and I didn't even know that this. I gotta do better research here. This is a good one. You're gonna love this comment. Chris Shaw says, no, the orange balance is nummy. is yummy. I didn't even, I thought there was just lemon and berry. So yeah, apparently there's orange as well. And this was the comment that I was responding to. Utah Money, I'll make sure I get the name right. Utah Money Mover, was it? Yeah, Money Mover says Utah Money Mover says I eat 6,000 calories a day. I said, wait, so you got to be a bodybuilder. He says, but I work out 90 minutes a day and I'm 335 pounds of muscles. What the hell? You got to be like a giant wild. Then. You got to be a giant then, my boy. 335 pounds of muscle, geez, and 6,000 calories a day. I think I'm eating around... I'm at a serious calorie deficit every day. But the interesting part is I think I went 19 hours last night in between meals, which is generally most days I'm doing minimum 16 hours, like almost every single day. And I'm not like dizzy or like looking for energy, waiting for energy. So for me, it's great. It wakes me right up. I got energy to, run around with my son who's, 15, about to be 16. And you know how active teenagers are. These comments are too funny not to read. But then go ahead, Matrix. JDP says, I'm 133 pounds of pure crap.
Number one, I think we got a little explanation too. So number one, for everybody out there getting a little confused. So the Feel Great protocol is one product that the main product we are talking about all the time, you can find at, because you guys need to know this too. I have mine pinned at the top, MatrixSpecial.com or SpaceshotSpecial.com for everybody out there. I do have that linked in the chat. But number two, Feel Great protocol is the one that me and Spaceshot have been on for a long period of time. The Stronghold and the other products we were talking about are not the Feel Great protocol, but it is by the same company that is called Unicity. So what we're doing, we're kind of comboing the talk right now. So some people out there are very confused about what we're talking about. So the Feel Great protocol is the Unimate and the Balance, which is of course for the reversing insulin resistance. That is one single thing there that has the 90-day money back guarantee. That is the thing the main thing we talk about, but we have started adding stuff and it's getting people confused out there. So the Stronghold is another separate product that they sell as well. That is the creatine that helps with the muscles as you get older while they're working out and whatnot as well. So just so you guys out there fully aware. And then for, several questions. Again, MatrixSpecial.com or SpaceshotSpecial.com will take you to the same place, regardless which one. Doesn't matter to us. That's where you find the stuff at. And then when you get into that website, you'll find a box there. You'll fill that in, make yourself a password, and boom, you're in the website, and you can find the information that you guys need. Hopefully that helps you guys, because you have several people confused about which is which we were talking about out there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That definitely helps. Let me just make sure here. Nope, that's not it. But don't try to fast while doing hard labor. Wears you out, your joints in blood sugar failures. I mean, I've been working out. I've been, doing my little job. I don't know if you caught this before you came on, but when I started doing my little exercises, I was doing little walks around the neighborhood, like a mile, and my feet would hurt a little bit. My ankles would hurt a little bit. And then, so yesterday, nope, because it was raining all day yesterday. The day before, I've been bumping it up to my 3/4 of a mile. I'm doing the jog now, and I don't have ankles that are hurting and feet that are hurting anymore. But again, that's 43 pounds at least. Or I'm going to give that caveat at least because I know it's more than that because I haven't weighed in last week. But from going from just slow walking and being in pain to actually being able to jog with no pain afterwards, like right there alone is worth it. Right there, bro. And then heart health, and then what the two major things, right, in that kill people, I would say, not only in the United States but on the world, right, is the poor diet is obviously a lot of the sugar stuff that everything people eat is absolutely loaded up with sugar. So diabetes and heart disease and blood pressure, right? So that's what I would say. Those are the two things that I get the most comments about. So if you guys are looking to fix that about yourself, like myself and many of these other folks have, you guys know where to find it, as you see on the screen, Matrix Special, or you can go to Spaceshot Special as well.
Yes. And last thing to put into that as well, just have to say it. Using that link, everybody, will take you to the full website, not just the Feel Great protocol. It will end up being in the entire website. Just one link will take you to everything once you're inside, just so you guys are aware. More questions are coming in, sorry.
You guys are asking more questions on your side
than mine. There's a lot of
mine.
questions.
Oh, I got a ton of questions. I'm trying to keep up with them, actually. I have a ton loaded for you if you need them. So
when is the salted caramel coming back out? Salted caramel?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that flavor is ever going to come out again. Now, I believe there's going to be a better flavor, really similar, that comes out. But yeah, from what I understand, that salted caramel one is...
Wait a minute. Wait,
it's gone.
The fuel?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You've got to be kidding me. That was my favorite product. I bought 3 boxes
Just wait.
of that.
There's another flavor coming out that's going to be good.
But it's the fuel, though. It's actually the way it works. I'm not going to lie. That was my morning routine right there. Well, almost every day I would wake up and I'd take my fuel because, 1, the flavor is like the greatest thing ever. And 2, that stuff got me rocking and rolling. And I didn't need to eat for like 6 hours after I took that stuff. I still have a box and a half left. And I'm going to savor it now. Oh, my.
You better savor it.
Oh,
that is funny, dude. Well, you can go with your questions.
I promoted the heck out of that stuff, too. I ain't going to lie. All right. Maybe that's why they sold out. Oh, man. Let's see. A couple questions here. One would be, I don't know what this is, but do you guys accept FSA cards for payment?
Yeah. Yeah. So HSA and FSA, both similar things. Health savings account and flex spending account, I think is what it stands for. These are both, they come along with some health insurance plans. These are pre-tax dollars that you can set aside, and the government allows you to spend it on certain health things. Now, we have been approved to use your HSA and FSA dollars. So when you're on the Feel Great site and you're placing your order, when you get to the payment method, you will see an option that says HSA, FSA. So you'll click that. Now, you will not put your HSA or FSA card information into Unicity's website. It's going to redirect you to a partner website called TrueMed. And through TrueMed, you will fill out a little bit. It's a super quick survey. It might take you 2 minutes. And this just gives you the okay by the government. You get this letter of medical necessity. It gives you the okay that you can actually spend your pre-tax dollars to purchase the product. So yeah, we accept it. You'll click HSA, FSA. It's going to take you to a partner website. You'll fill out this little survey, and then you can place your order. It takes an extra 2 or 3 minutes, but it's really easy.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Very nice. Very easy question for you while I search for it. So my chat's going nuts here. Can you very simply give the normal day, what is taken in order when doing the Feel Great protocol? We haven't covered the baseline. What is the Feel Great protocol? Can you just give them a rundown of how the day works with that?
Yeah. So there's 2 ways you could do it. We have 2 products in the Feel Great protocol. One is this yellow packet. This is called Una Mate. It is a yerba mate extract. This helps shut down food noise. It helps control blood sugar levels. It provides energy, steady energy, not that type of energy that you crash and you want to take a nap again 2 hours later. It does a lot of really good things. The other product is Balance, this orange packet right here. This is a patented fiber matrix. It's not a Metamucil. It is not a benefiber. It's not meant to make you poop. These are formulated fibers that help control the foods we eat, particularly the carbs, and it keeps us from having really steep blood sugar spikes when we eat our meals. Slows down digestion, controls blood sugar and insulin response, which helps us stay in a fat burning relief to your body type of zone. So you could either do 2 Unimate and 1 Balance a day. This is what most people do. Or you can do a 1 Unimate, 2 Balance a day. Some people prefer this. You can try, there is no better way. It really is a preference. So what I do is I start my day off with Unimate. I wake up about 5:30, 5:45, and the very first thing I do, if it's not my 2-year-old son running into my room waking me up, it's just myself. The first thing I do is I go downstairs and I mix this up and I drink it over the next 10 or 15 minutes. Some people will sip it over an hour. There is no right way. It's really your preference, right? But what this does for me at the beginning of the day is it gives me energy. It helps me focus. It shuts down food noise. Like if sometimes I'll wake up tired or hungry. I'll wake up hungry and I want to eat and it shuts down food noise. 30 minutes after eating, I'm not hungry again. I feel good. I don't need the food. So I will start my day off with Unimate. Later on in the day, it depends on how I'm feeling. Some days at 11 a.m. or 11:30, I'll drink a second one. Some days I feel really good and I don't need the second one until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because maybe then I'm feeling hungry and I'm craving food and I want a snack, or I'm at the office, I want to go get a chocolate bar or something. And this helps me not do that. So you drink a second Unimate at some point during the day when you feel like you need it. It could be when you're hungry. It could be when you're tired. If you get normal mid-afternoon slumps and you want to take a nap, drink it then. And then I drink Balance before dinner. If I'm out to eat, I always have a little water bottle with me and a pack of Balance, and I mix it up about 5 minutes before I eat my meal. If I'm at home, I mix it up about 5 minutes before I eat my meal. It is the easiest thing. Now, some people, they'll skip the second Unimate and they'll do 2 Balance a day. They mix one up before lunch and they mix their second one up before dinner. And so what it's doing for them is keeping them cooler for longer and controlling that blood sugar after lunch and at dinner. Again, there is no better way. They both work and people see incredible results. It's really a preference. I mean, I drink like 3 or 4 Unimate a day, some days even more, because I love the product. I love how it makes me feel.
Yes.
So that's the ways that you could go about it. One thing that's really important, and this is where Feel Great actually helps a lot, is that you don't want to snack between meals. You don't want to snack after dinner. You want these times where you're feeding your body to be the only times that you're eating. We put ourselves in these really unhealthy positions because most of us will eat breakfast and then we'll eat a mid-morning snack and then we'll get a granola bar and then we'll drink a soda and then we eat lunch. And then we eat a mid-afternoon snack and we're tired and we drink our Monster Energy and then we eat dinner and then we eat a midnight snack, right? And so we're just spiking our blood sugar all day long. And that is when we store fat and when we create damage in our bodies. And what Feel Great helps us do is not eat all day long, bring these blood sugar and insulin levels lower so we can burn fat and we experience relief from all the damage that's been built up in our bodies.
Absolutely. And just really quick, this is I had somebody that was asking like how important is the fasting, and one thing I'll just tell people, when you get into a certain, and I'm not telling anybody to entry level do this, like what I mentioned earlier, like don't go 19 hours like I did, but like the more you go into that, I forget what the medical term is essentially, but once you start fasting for, I think it's over 16 hours, your body starts putting itself back together at like the DNA level. I forget, was that ketosis? I don't even know if that's the right word.
Autophagy.
Autophagy.
You're looking for autophagy. Yeah.
There we go. Not even close, Mike. But yeah, thank you.
Ketosis does happen when you fast or when you're not spiking your blood sugar.
What's
you,
that?
you enter ketosis. So your body has several sources of energy. It can burn glucose, sugar, basically. If all you're doing is eating sugar and carbs, your body is just burning sugar and carbs. And for most of us, we eat excess sugar and carbs, and we eat so frequently that not only do we burn it, but we store it in fat. So that's one source. Fat is another source. We all have stored fat on our body. If you grab your love handles, which everyone should be able to find, that's stored fat. And it's healthy to have stored fat. Even bodybuilders have stored fat. Now, what's really bad is visceral fat. That's like if you have the protruding belly and you have hard, like firm fat around your belly or your midsection, that's visceral fat. That's very bad. It's a sign of insulin resistance. It is one of the contributing factors to insulin resistance and heart disease. And so anyways, you want to be able to burn fat on your body. A third source is ketones. This is your brain's preferred fuel. Some people will say when you are not burning glucose and your body is burning just fat, you will enter a zone of ketosis. And this is where you start to burn ketones for energy. Unamate actually helps you get into ketosis quicker. So if you were to drink just water and fast versus Unamate and fast, you will enter ketosis quicker with the Unamate fast than you will with water.
Yes.
And so we want our bodies to enter ketosis. We want to burn fat for energy because the majority of us have so much stored fat. We need to get it off of our bodies. So there's a time and a place to burn all of those energies, but your standard American is only burning glucose, carbs, sugar for fuel, and that's really unhealthy.
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Matrix, you got any more questions? We don't want to take we don't want to take his whole Sunday, but of course, if you have questions, and I do have one more question.
I have one more simple one that I think everybody needs to know this answer, actually. Sir Colton, can you buy this product in a store? Of course you can, but...
Well, there aren't any stores that sell it. If you're talking about like a brick and mortar, like you can't go to Walmart and get it.
I did find it on Walmart.com though.
They have a market. They have a marketplace. It's kind of like when you get on Amazon, not everything you buy is actually from Amazon, the company. Walmart has a similar marketplace where people can put things on there. Don't buy it from Walmart. It is not from our company. Whatever you're buying, it is not Unamate and it is not Balance. People have told us that they have bought the stuff on Walmart's website and it like the Balance, it tastes like Tang. Do you know Tang? That orange flavored, like sugary, and it's the opposite of Balance. So stay away from Walmart.
Oh hell no.
But sorry, I Matrix, I stopped you.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you're fine. No, you're fine. Well, the Walmart thing, of course, was just something I personally saw myself. But can you buy it in the store? And of course, either way, why is it you want to buy it through us with our links? Because the money they save. Let them know why you want to buy it through us.
Yeah. So there's a couple of reasons. Number one is that if you buy it directly from the manufacturer or Amazon, from the manufacturer's Amazon storefront, you're going to pay just under $250. Now, it is worth every cent. It is worth every penny when you buy it at $250. I guarantee that you're going to save money. You're going to experience incredible results. But because you are a member of this community, because you are a viewer of this show, you are a part of these guys' families, we have hooked them up with a discount that they can offer to anyone who purchases through their show. And it actually helps benefit their show. So you get this product at $159 a month. That is almost $100 savings. And you lock that price in forever. You never have to pay the Amazon price. You never pay the direct from manufacturer, $250 price. You always get this discounted price. And another thing is that you get a 90-day money-back guarantee. You can try this. You can literally go and use this product every single day for 90 days. And for any reason, you can get a refund. If you are dealing with migraines and constant fatigue all the time, and you say, you know what, I want to put this to the test. I'm going to try this every day for 90 days. If at the end of that 90 days, you still have that constant fatigue and you still have these migraines, we don't want your money. Get it back. But the guarantee is that it is going to work for you. At the end of the 90 days, your migraines are going to be gone. That constant fatigue is going to be gone. These are are problems caused by insulin resistance. And Feel Great, it goes to the root of the problem and helps fix that. So you're not masking anything with a medication. You're actually solving the problem. So those are the reasons that you would want to buy it directly from Spaceshot and from Matrix. I mean, if that's not a reason to buy it from them, I don't know what else is.
Absolutely. And not only that too, but people can obviously reach out to us and, any issues that you might have. And, for what are we talking, 6 or 7 months here, I've had limited issues, very limited issues that they have taken care of for me very, very quickly. I got one more question for you. And again, I don't even know, to be honest with you. I'm guessing type diabetes 1 is worse. But one person asked, and this is how it was, has any type 1 diabetes had any good or bad issues? Which I don't know if that means maybe issues or results. But type 1 is worse, I'm guessing, than type 2?
Yeah, type 1 is typically what someone's born with. It's where you can develop type 1 later on in life. But the majority of type 1, you're born with it. Your pancreas does not create insulin like a normal pancreas does. And so your body, what insulin does is it helps get rid of sugar in the blood. When you look at the amount of sugar that needs to be in your blood, a healthy amount of sugar, it's about the same as a cube of sugar. Like if you were throwing a cube of sugar into a coffee or something, that is about all the sugar that you need in your blood. Now, when you get excess sugar, the body releases insulin and it shuttles this sugar out of the blood. And so it shuttles it out of the blood and stores it as fat in fat cells, which is a natural process. But when we have too much sugar in our blood, then we get nothing but fat, right? And it's a bad thing. So anyways, type 1 diabetics, they can't do this. So they have to inject insulin. They either do it with a needle themselves, or they have these machines that it's continually checking their blood sugar and it's releasing insulin. So anyways, I know a lot of type 1 diabetics that use this protocol. You are never going to, if you're a type 1 diabetic, you're never going to be able to come off of insulin. You're going to be on insulin for the rest of your life. But what you can do is you can drastically reduce the amount of insulin you're taking. Now, I don't remember off the top of my head the right number for units of insulin that diabetics take, and it's type 1 diabetics take, and it's different for everybody. But I know personally several type 1 diabetics who have reduced the units of insulin they're injecting daily by right around 61, even 70% by adding this protocol. This protocol is going to help your body naturally lower the blood sugar levels from what you're eating. And so if you're a type 1 diabetic and you're having to inject all these units of insulin and your blood sugar is now going lower, your body doesn't need all this insulin anymore. So yeah, this benefits type 1 diabetics a lot. Again, you're never going to be able to come off of insulin. You're going to use it for the rest of your life, but you can drastically reduce the amount of insulin you're injecting. And even a type 1 diabetic that's injecting insulin from outside their body, they can still become resistant to it, per se. They can develop insulin resistance and all of these negative health issues that we see. And so if they can reduce the amount of insulin that they're injecting, well, then they can become insulin sensitive again.
Yeah, that same person had put into the chat that they are actually on an insulin pump. So yeah. Thanks, Tron, for the raid, buddy. And somebody had asked, he's like, all right, well, how many people, what was the question exactly? How many people have asked for their money back? And I said, for me, in about 5 months, I had 2 people. One of them was an allergy that ended up wasn't the Unimate because that person still had the allergic reaction like a month after they stopped taking it. And then the other person had a caffeine sensitivity. But not one person told me, hey, this crap ain't working. That's what I have not gotten at all. So that's for my side of things. I don't know about Mr. Matrix, but yeah, all great results on my side so far, and I can't say enough good things about it.
Yep, all great results.
Statistically, to be transparent, less than 1% of people have asked for their money back. Significantly less than 1%. I've actually spoken to a lot of these people. I made it a project once to call all of these people over a period of time and just ask why. What was the issue? And 9 times out of 10, it was because the person never took the product. They didn't take it. They're like, it didn't work for me. Well, how long did you try it for? 2 or 3 days. It didn't work.
Oh, no.
Okay. It's a no questions asked money back guarantee, right? I guess I was asking questions, but I couldn't fault them for taking up the guarantee. So yeah, when people take the product, they see the results. And I mean, there's nothing more to say about that.
I'm a perfect right there. You can't say, I mean, unless anybody out there thinks I'm faking, taking the time to fake a picture every week and going through all of that, and then buying a new scale. Which, dude, it even tells me and I'm like, dude, come on. I'm like, I don't care. I'll show folks here. I'll show them again. I'll even show you a little video. It might take me a second to find it here, but I got a quick video, and then we'll obviously we don't want to keep you too long on your Sunday here, my brother. And I do appreciate you coming on and giving us this information. But I got a couple of golf pictures here. I don't know. I may have sent these to you as well, but one's left-handed from February, and the other one is right-handed from about 3 weeks ago now. So let me get this up so the folks can see. I'll make you a little smaller there. So here's back in February, right when I just started it, essentially. So boom, and I'll turn this off so you don't have to hear my son keep asking for his friend's name there. But that's February, and that is about 2 weeks ago right there. And so for me, the proof is in the guns. And dude, you know what really ticks me off the most is when I sit there and I look at that scale. Do I look obese? It tells me I'm friggin' obese. I look at obese like some dude that's huge and monstrous. Yeah, I could lose some weight, but obese? Come on, help me out a little bit here. That's a little ridiculous, Yeah,
those scales can be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, right there.
You can see a big difference, though.
But it says, I have 104. I think I'm reading this right. I have 147 pounds of muscle, right? And then it says fat percent is 25%, so that needs to go down. But yeah, dude, can't say enough great things. And again, guys, MatrixSpecial.com or SpaceShotSpecial.com. And brother, I do appreciate you coming on here on these Sundays. I know you got a little guy running around as well, and I always enjoyed, and I still, to most extent, enjoy the time with my. No, I'm just kidding. But I always enjoyed running around with my son when he was a little kid, and you cherish those ages when they're little kids and they can't talk back to you.
Yeah. Hey, it's the best. And I do want to just add one thing before I hop off. The last time we did this, we got this question so many times. People are asking, how do I know if I'm a candidate for this? How do I know if I should try this?
Sure.
And I just want to put some things into perspective real quick. I'm going to throw up some numbers. Feel free to fact check me afterwards. These are all real numbers. We have 270 million American adults. Of those 270 million, 47 million take a statin prescription. 47 million. That's a lot. That's significant. These are prescriptions for cholesterol maintenance. 60 million, over 60 million actually, take high blood pressure medications. So again, 60 million, that's a ton. That is a ton of people. 30 million take blood sugar meds. These are medicines like metformin. 30 million are in the US are on Ozempic or another GLP-1 receptor agonist drug. 30, I think it might actually be 40 million now. This is the number you should really check me on. 30 or 40 million individuals in the US, adults, are on anxiety meds. And so what I just want to point out here is there's clearly some overlap in people taking these medications. But if you add all of that up, that's 255, or excuse me, that's not 255. It's over 200 million people that are on a medication. Like, if that doesn't show who's in control of this country, I don't know what does, right? Big Pharma has over 200 million people on prescription drugs, taking prescription drugs every single day. And the reality is, with these drugs, these are not providing a solution to the problem. They are not getting rid of the problem. They're just masking it. So as soon as you stop taking this med, you are in for a rude awakening, right? If you had high blood sugar and you started taking metformin and you stopped taking metformin, well, your blood sugar is going right back up. And a caveat, most people that start taking metformin, they start at a dosage of, I think it's 500 milligrams, and it stops working after a point. And so then they get bumped up by their doctor to 1,000 milligrams. And then they get bumped up to 2,000 milligrams, right? And so it's this cycle of just being prescribed more and more and more and more. Like, if you want another example of how Big Pharma is in control, just think back to the COVID-19 vaccine. That one was 250. It was over 250 million Americans that became, basically were forced to become customers of Big Pharma.
Yeah.
It's wild, right? And so if you're asking the question, well, is this for me? I mean, the chances are, yeah, you have one or more of the medications on that list. And so, yes, if you're looking for real relief, if you're looking for a solution to the problem, not a Band-Aid to mask just some of these side effects, then yes, it is literally for you. I mean, go on Google and look up signs of insulin resistance. If you want to find out if it's for you, if you have skin tags, on your neck or your armpits, your groin area, if you have dark pigmentation on your skin, like there are so many different signs of insulin resistance. If you have some of those signs, it is for you. And there is no risk whatsoever. Yeah, how many? 8 to 9 out of 10 American adults are considered unhealthy.
That's bad, dude. So most people need it.
Yeah. It's so sad. You look at these lists of side effects of insulin resistance, and these are things that make our lives miserable. And most of us accept it as a natural part of aging. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty certain God didn't create us to feel like zombies at 40 years old. He didn't create us to crave sugar and sweets all day long and have migraines when we don't eat it, and to be constantly tired and in a slump. Like that's not how we were created. We have been put in this position. And if you're one of those people that wants to stick it to Big Pharma and Big Food that have taken control of us, well, this is a way you can do it. You can literally do it risk-free. You have nothing to lose, because put this to the test. If it doesn't work for you, you get every cent back. So guys, I had to address that question because we got it so many times.
Oh, that's awesome.
If you're second guessing it, if you're wondering, is it for me? It is a resounding yes. It is for 93% of American adults. And even then, this is for people that want to prioritize their health. They may not be struggling. I mean, there are healthy people that use this system because they don't want to get insulin resistant and they don't want to start dealing with those things. Guys, I appreciate you having me on. It's always fun. I'm glad I got to answer a lot of questions from the audience on here, and I look forward to the next time.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much for coming on, dude. And again, MatrixSpecial.com or Spaceshot Special. And I caught I had to go run down and make myself another Unamate quick, but you may have been mentioning, he mentioned metformin. Now, I talked to my ex-wife's sister who's been trying to lose weight for a while, and she was on the Ozempic, right? Jabbing herself, getting all these bruises in her stomach. And she didn't tell me what the name of the other stuff was, but she said, I was trying this other stuff that every time I would hit myself with the shot, because again, it's a needle to the stomach, every single time she would take it, it would make her vomit. And I'm like, and this is what you were going through to try to lose weight like this. And she's like kind of a low motivation type of person, so it's going to be tough to get her to do anything down that road. But again, it's just, and this is the last thing I'll say to you. One of the guys that I used to work with, and this is the example that I've used, he's a couple inches shorter than me, but he had a belly like a friggin' and it was solid, like you were mentioning earlier, like a 9-month pregnant type of solid stomach. Right. And he was a couple inches shorter than me, but the guy weighed 180. And I'm like, no way. We went over to the scale. And at the time I weighed 240 because this was like last year. And I weighed 240. And I was like, all right, who weighs more? And everybody's like, he does. Like, not me, pointing to him. And I'm like, dude, would you guess that I weighed X amount of pounds more than him? And they're like, no way. So it was just weird. But yeah, I'm thinking about him right now. And I'm thinking, yeah, he probably needs some of this because he's probably got some issues going on if that stomach is as hard as it was, because it was. But dude, always a pleasure having you on here, brother. Man. Oh, dude, big time visceral fat. I mean, it was solid, like solid as solid gets. Put it that way.
Hey, it's light. It doesn't weigh a lot. Visceral fat is light, but if you've got it, you've got a problem. Seriously, you've got a problem.
It's coming down the pike for sure. Yeah, and half of these guys at my work were all on these, diabetic thing. We had one of the guys went crazy at work because he had a diabetic episode. And like, I don't know if you ever seen somebody have that happen to them, but they get like super confused and like, they don't know like what's going on. It's almost like you're like super drunk. It was really weird to watch. I'm like, wait, what the hell's wrong with him? He's like, oh, he's having a diabetic thing. I'm like, dude, that's scary. So yeah, very, very scary to not get those situations taken care of. But brother, I do appreciate you coming on so much. Matrix, any final words for our wonderful guest here today?
Just thank you very much. That last thing you actually added in actually answered quite a bit of questions that people had too. So thank you.
Awesome. Hey, thanks so much, guys. And to everyone watching, thank y'all. Hope to talk with you all soon.
Yes, sir. Thanks, brother. Absolutely. You have yourself a good Sunday, my man.
Hey, all right, later. Too. We'll see you guys.
That's awesome. Peace. Yes. But so yeah, again, and that was because we had a lot of folks were asking us. A lot of folks were asking us to get that back on here. And again, guys, right there, as you see on the screen, that's why I pulled that up. 93% of Americans, adults, are unhealthy. You know what I'm waiting for a little bit later, Matrix? I mean, you want to talk about somebody changing their lifestyles. I'm waiting for an Amazon order later on. What do you think's coming? You want to take a guess?
A scale?
No, I already got the new scale. I already got that scale.
Oh, you got the scale? No, weight equipment, workout stuff.
No, not yet. All right, I'll just show you my Amazon order here on the thing here. It's coming apparently 4:45 to 6:45 p.m. today, and this is just give you guys an indication of, as I mentioned before, I was taking all that sweet tea crap and eating pizza and it's a big thing too, dude, is breads. The breads are like a big thing, rolls and stuff like that. But here's my order from Amazon. Where did I put it? Here we go. Here's my order from Amazon coming in later today to give you guys an indication of what I've been doing and where my head's at. Huh?
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Got my little blender going, so that way I can make myself and my son some, protein shakes and smoothies and stuff like that. These thing I heard recently, they're called creamies. Have you heard of these things? Apparently, it's a pretty well-known thing with mixers and juicers. And so what you do is, all right, you like grapes or strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, whatever have you. Put a bunch of them in a bowl, mix them up. And then you take 0-calorie Poppy, I think it's called, or 0-calorie Sprite, lemon lime Poppy or 0-calorie Sprite, and you put it in there, and then you mix it up and you put it in the freezer, and then when it comes out, it's almost like a gelato. They call them creamies or something like that, but they're very low calorie treats. So very, very cool stuff. And thank Tron for the raid as we were doing here. We were kind of doing a little Feel Great system update there as the raid came on in. But dude, I'm loving the scenario and what's going on as far as what we're seeing, because you can see the plan coming together. You know what I mean? Like, you can see all of these talking points that we've been dealing with for many years starting to come back into the fold. Right? Yep. It's like it's all coming back, dude, and I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing here. I mean, somebody's telling me to remember Earth flat. Astrid 1776 said, "Space Shot, remember Earth flat."
That is some facts right there.
And dude, I apparently, because I've been enthralled in him coming on and giving folks information. Apparently, I missed a different raid. Grasshopper had raided us earlier. Appreciate that. If you're still in the chat, brother.
Yeah, I got 2 raids as well. Thank you to Max Force and Omazon for the 2 raids over here on the Pilled side. Boom time.
Yeah, and then American Patriot 1776 earlier dropped a $5 Rumble rant and says, "Hey brother, hope you and everyone in the chat are doing well. God bless you all. Where we go one, we go all." You want to go 1 for 1 if you got one? Will you go 1? I'll do 1. I'll do 1. You do 1.
Sure. Where's mine separate?
Well, as you're looking for that one, I'll say thank you to Q the Hammer for gifting out 1 sub to the channel.
17 Charlie 369. This is a $1 Rumble rant for you. Says, "Congratulations, Space Shot. Way to press on, sir. Rooting for you. Boom time."
Hell yeah. I'm trying to get down to 190. I think maybe ultimate goal would be 185. But again, I don't want to lose a bunch of weight or whatever. I want to have some muscle to my structure there as well. So
right.
But yeah, thank you for that. And then Miss Penny Black had gifted out 5 subscriptions to the channel as well. So we do appreciate you, Miss Penny Black. Thank you very much.
Cruiser 8, thank you for the $5 Rumble rant. And I did get this answered. Could you ask if they could drop a few different sample Unamate flavors every few months, maybe quarterly? Which he literally walked right into that. Thank you very much, Cruiser 8.
He walked into that one. And
as I asked one thing, he actually answered that question perfectly. Like I didn't have to actually ask the question because he actually answered it for me. So
love it when a plan comes to fruition, right?
Yeah.
The last one I got on my side, and of course I have some folks that I will thank later on Pilled, is MacGyver on YouTube. Dropped a $2 super chat. It says, "Good afternoon, Patriots." Oh, good afternoon to you, good sir, as well.
I got 2. I had 2. I have 3 more now. IC1, thank you for gifting out 5 subs on the Rumble side. 0 o'clock also gifting 5 subscriptions on the Rumble side. And then Delta, welcome and good to see you, bro. Just popped in. Thank you for the $5 Rumble rant. And I've taken my line here. Let me get the screen real quick. Says he's going live at 9:30 Central tonight. Lots of Fusion Tech plus Tesla Triumph. Boom. And I'll let you know about, I'm doing a double today too already as myself, Delta. So I'll let you know about tonight. But yeah, catch Delta tonight, 9:30 Central, everybody. Boom.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that, dude. And I know he and Belushi seemed to lean towards the Donald Trump stock should go up. Because, dude, I'm thinking about that merger with the TAE and that Fusion, the Fusion suitcase, generators, whatever the hell they are. And again, I'm not the most the technical dude, but essentially they're making these energy devices. And I feel like once that goes mainstream, you would think that the stock would jump up. And I think Belushi said it. He goes, yeah, take a look at the all-time high, which I think was like 97 or 100. And he goes, half of that is easily doable. So 50-ish. So even if you get something at 9, it goes up to 50. It might be worth buying a couple $100 worth,
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't follow that kind of stuff. I'm not into all that, although I love hearing about it and take it in when I do. But that's completely out of my league as far as what I know. So,
gotcha. Yeah, same here. I'm very much a noob when it comes to investing crypto or whatever. So we did cover this. I just want to make sure we covered that as well.
Oh, yeah, we did.
And this was last week, dude. But did you notice this, dude? This wasn't last week. This was yesterday, or what the hell was this? Yesterday, dude.
July 18th.
Dude, I'm telling you, time is just absolutely flying for me. But did you find this weird, dude, that they say Senator shreds the MAGA-coded anchor for showcasing Trump's lies? But wait, what are we talking about here? The MAGA-approved CBS anchor was shredded live on air for broadcasting President Trump and his crackpot election conspiracy theories. When did CBS become MAGA approved, bro? And we talk about Barry Weiss and Barry Weiss's first hire in here or whatever, but it's again 5 years ago, they would never be on here saying one good word about President Trump. Right?
Right.
And then the fact you got Mark Warner on here, again, always like to bring to everybody's attention, he was the other Democrat on the Gang of Eight who also, along with Schiff, knew exactly what they were doing during all this. So wouldn't it stand to reason that, boy, he doesn't want Trump to succeed, because if he does, he's one of the guys going down for sedition and treason, just like Shifty Schiff.
Yeah.
Absolutely, dude. And I'm loving some of this information that we've been getting in the last couple of days, dude. I'm going to share this one first. Debbie Rausch had shared this with me yesterday, and I thought it was very interesting. Chad Prather put it out. It says, one president used a primetime speech to brand millions of Americans domestic terrorists. The other revealed intelligence of a foreign superpower meddling in our elections, stealing our voter data, and creating fake ballots. Guess which story NBC, CBS, ABC, and CNN amplified, and which one they buried? Corporate media is 100% enemy of this nation. And dude, I'm not gonna get off my soapbox on this thing, dude. And I think at the end of the day, this is gonna be one of the most important things going forward. And do they need to give, SEC, what would they be giving, certificates or whatever to run their business, right? Like, if you want to be a news organization, you're going to be held to a higher standard where you have to say, truthful things, right? You're not running cover and running an angle for things. And then if you want to be able to say whatever you want and be kind of, whatever, you can be entertainment news, right? But you don't get the official badge of being a news agency or a news organization unless you've shown that you can actually, report actual facts and not running cover for one administration or the other. I think that's going to be a major thing going forward.
I have an idea. Just like WWF or E, add the E at the end of all their names, just make it entertainment. So NBCE, because it's NBC Entertainment, because it's not actual facts. That's what they should do.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I mean, they are the enemy of the people, and people, President Trump has been saying that for absolute years, dude.
That's one of the first things he said. One of the first things he ever came up with for memes was fake news, fake news, fake news. So,
right,
yeah, 100%.
And again, this is going back onto the point of, do you guys think after this clip is played, please put in the comments whether you think this wakes people up or not? Like, does this wake the other side up or not? I think he's going to talk here. We're going to let Brian Stelter talk about it. You remember him? I haven't seen much of him lately, which is always a good thing, Let's see. Let me see if Spaceshot did his stupid mute thing again.
He did the same thing as this network, CNN, last night. The newsrooms monitored the speech, evaluated what was actually newsworthy, looked at the documents Trump was declassifying, and then reported on what happened. NBC and ABC both went on the air with special reports to explain that the speech had happened and to summarize what Trump had said, but most importantly, to contextualize it and fact check it, just as CNN did. Now, Trump was ominously claiming that the networks were part of a plot, but the only real plot here, the only intention is to remain reality-based and truth-based. Trump's election lies led to violence after the 2020 election. So this is a subject that really does warrant extra care and attention by journalists. And frankly, some network executives felt that it would be dangerous to just air Trump's speech live, in full, unedited, without knowing what he was going to say ahead of time. That's where we are in America. And we have been here before. I remember during some of Trump's COVID-19 briefings.
Thoughts, bro. I mean, it's just, oh my God. I cannot
trying
believe
to
it.
explain themselves. Come on, man. He's this kayfabe is so retarded. Oh my God. He's literally, it's like he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar and he's trying to explain his way out of it. That's all I hear about it. Let's see. We were doing this, what we were doing, and then shut up.
Well, see, what they're trying to do is, you guys remember how dangerous that whole January 6th scenario was, right? People got, people lost their lives over this stuff. Like, dude, is anybody really buying anything that you're saying at this point? And I don't know, dude.
Exactly.
I don't know. He looked almost different to me, too. I don't know. I'm not going to say he is, but he looked almost less disgustingly fat than I remember him. I don't know.
Yeah, his head lost 3 pounds.
And yeah, maybe something along those lines. Oh my word. All right. So that one, let's see. We're going to get into that stuff a little bit later. I still got a few more things for the voting machines and deals and stuff like that. Remember this? 23-page forensic report stated the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposely designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The report, released by Allied Security Operations Group, ASOG, detailed the findings from a forensic examination on Dominion voting systems in Antrim County, Michigan. On election night, Antrim County switched 6,000 votes from President Trump to Joe Biden, allegedly due to an unexplained glitch. Matrix, it's always just a glitch, you know? It happens.
Deja vu. It means they changed something.
Yep. So if anybody has any questions about, the idea that the 2020 election wasn't stolen, and you have any questions about any state, go ahead and put your questions in the comment below. But there was, I'm sure, everybody that's watching us doesn't have a problem with that. But the idiots on the other side, dude, like, how do they not see all the things that happen, right? And I'll give an example. Like one, you remember the pictures of the of them boarding up the windows so the poll observers couldn't watch them, log in the votes like they were supposed to do, right? Like, that's really weird. Nobody found that a little bit weird that was going on. All right, how about Philadelphia? Well, they went down to Philadelphia and the poll watchers were not allowed into the building. So what do? Republicans on the scene, they sent people right down there. Okay, we're going to the court. We got a court order. They got a court order from a judge to go back into Philadelphia. I forget which county it was, maybe Philadelphia County. But the order was to allow the poll watchers to walk in there. The guys there, guys and girls, the workers there, essentially wiped their butt with it and said, yeah, great, cool. And so, wait, you're blocking windows. You don't let poll watchers watch in, was that Detroit? You also don't let the poll watchers watch in Philadelphia. What was it? Arizona with Sharpie Gate, right? Where all they were told all to use friggin' Sharpies that were like messing up the machines. We had the air quote water main break. That was, if anything, a leaky toilet. We had the ballots underneath the false ballots underneath the tables that were pulled out after said fake water main. We had 3 a.m., 4 a.m. deliveries to Detroit, I believe it was. But, those were food trucks, Matrix. They weren't ballots. Those were food trucks at 3 in the morning. So, yeah, there was so many little issues that we saw over the years. And the idea that people can say, oh, no, they didn't steal anything. Like, go look at the counties. You know what I mean? What people need to do is look at the counties in that election and see the difference.
Think about what we just talked about, all the other networks and whatnot. That's what a lot of people watched. So everything you just mentioned that we know about, most of the nation that doesn't know about this stuff doesn't know for a reason, because not every news station covered any of this stuff. Therefore, to them, remember, they're just lying. It's Russiagate. It's Russiagate, and there's nothing wrong with this election. So that's what the news they knew. So all this information coming out and being declassed, now they're trying to cover up, saying, we have to fact check him first. He's lying anyway. We know he's a threat to our democracy. All that stuff, and they're still not allowing the information to come out. This is why we are where we are, because of them, which is why in the drops they're so well put out there to be jailed as deep state agents or deep state covers, whatever their drops is exactly, because this is what they do. And of course, it was allowed to happen from the 2012 or whatever. What was it? The Smith-Mundt Act or whatever that allowed them to lie.
Propaganda.
Yeah, so like that started it all, which of course I think is a white hat out to allow this all to happen still. But this is what allowed it all to be this way, was because they were allowed to lie. And so many people didn't say, I don't trust Fox because they called the election. Okay, well, that instantly should tell you that's a comm retard. I still have people literally to this day that come into my chats and they're like, you watch Fox? Oh my God, I haven't watched him since the election. I'm like, that's the point. They got you to not watch, and now you're missing everything they've been doing. That was a comm in the first place. So yeah, people are retarded because they they were told to be retarded, you know?
Well, it's true. I mean, people are, what is it? Humans are smart, but people are stupid, right? Like, you get a group of people, the whole mob mentality thing where, everybody's peaceful, but then somebody throws a punch and then it's like, oh, melee, everybody starts jumping in. Kind of like the Men in Black scenario, right? Humans are smart, but people or, groups of people are stupid. So just to kind of button this part up here, the Federal Election Commission allows a maximum error rate of just 0.0008%. Again, their error rate is acceptable is 0.30, 0.000, and then an 8% for computerized voting systems. The error rate for Dominion voting systems at a shocking 68.05% is 85,000 times higher than the threshold. That sounds on the up and up, don't it?
Yeah.
Let's see. And stop me if I played this one already, but I don't think I did. I don't think I did. But Mark,
we did not hear.
Were you just going to say something? I didn't want to interrupt you if you were.
No.
Okay, good. Okay.
Talking about our machines, we know for sure that our foreign adversaries, not our allies, foreign adversaries have parts that are vital pieces in our voting machines. We know that they can access what they consider the key to the back of these machines. We know that they can change voter registration and your vote. We know it's possible. There's not a question. It's not even for debate. One thing that I love about numbers and I love about facts is they don't lie. This isn't something that I'm trying to tell you to spin a narrative. This is what is going on. And what we are saying is that every state should partner with us to work to secure this. Once we identify the problem, everybody should be informed. Working with Secretary Lutnick, we are going to make our security enhancements mandatory, meaning that if these states want a grant and they want to be reimbursed to work or to run federal elections, they're going to have to implement security issues. Just security issues. We're not trying to get into anything else, but we're saying that the machines have to be secured and that your voter registration list needs to be scrubbed. We need to make sure that individuals that are legally able to vote are voting.
No kidding. And it's good to see. Hey, what are your thoughts on this whole thing with him and President Trump? Oh, Trump must be mad at him. I think it's just whatever, dude. You were talking about the kayfabe, right? The kayfabe deal. I was gonna, I wanted you to do something. I was gonna show you something, but I wanted you to show your what you have to show, and then I forgot. I think it went to a draft, so I was trying to upload something to Twitter last night, I guess, as I was kind of nodding off, and so it never went. So I'm going to re-upload that, and then after you're done, I'll show you a couple of fun things on Hillary. Cool. Miss Clinton.
Yeah,
all right, let me stop my sharing, and then you should be able to share at your leisure.
What I'm about to show you guys is really, really wild, and I'll be able to better explain it now that we're live. So let me get you guys all pulled over here. Let me get the right things pulled up. This one here.
And then I'm just going to literally run for about 30 seconds. My bathroom's right next to me.
You're
I
all
lied
good.
to you earlier when I told you I was going pee-pee. I went and got a una mate. Now I actually do have to pee.
You're all good. All right, everybody. So this is something I last night after my show was over with, very long story short, I'm not going to say exactly where the info came from because it's something I can't show you guys because it's literally out of something personal, what I consider to be like a God knot last night. And what that was is I had a number show up in front of me at a very interesting time that I couldn't just look away from. And the number I saw was legitimately 10, 28, 10/28/26. It was that set of numbers. So 10/28/26, I literally saw it and instantly thought of it as a date. 10/28/2017, of course, is our first Q drop. Well, I happened to see 10/28/26, and I'm like, that's a sign. And I couldn't help it, and I had to do something about it. So I decided to mess with some numbers, basically, is what I did. And I was playing with some stuff, and well, it led me to where I am showing you guys on the screen right now. I was messing with some numbers, and because of the 10/28/26 I found, it led me to this. So on Thursday on the roundtable, we happened to come across this whole Q Intel site, and we were all mind blown by it. Well, I never got back to even touching it at all until last night. I had a thought process again with this number that popped up in front of me. I went and checked the dating for this Q Intel, which of course we now know. Which, let me blow this up. I asked, I said, when was Q Intel registered as a website? The earliest date, and we know that it's July 12th, 2009. So that's the date, my starting point. I was like, I wonder what would happen if I used this date and went forward. And again, it started because of the 10/28/26, and it led me to this. So I used this drop date, July 12th, 2009, and I went forward. And the number here, let me blow this up more so that I can show this correctly. Yeah, here we go. So 7/12/2009 to today, everybody. I did this at about 3 a.m. last night. So I hit today. This is the calculation that showed up, and I went, okay. So at first, you're not going to notice anything. 6,216 days. What got my attention was the 17 years and 7 days. Because number one, of course, they had a 17-year anniversary or delta to when they started, just on the 12th. Mm-hmm. Oops, wrong one. This one on the 12th. So they start up on the 12th. They had a 17-year anniversary. Okay, so that's number one. When we found out about Thursday, I was like, I know something special's got to be here. So 2 days ago, what was the date? It was Anon Day, 7/17, which are our numbers right here. So I explained this to my show multiple times and all the time. September and October are in the wrong location. July and August were placed in. You have Julius Caesar and Augustus. They inserted those. Sept is 7. Oct is 8. So September is not supposed to be the 9th month. October is not supposed to be the 10th month. They're supposed to be 7 and 8. Okay, so know that knowledge in your head right now. So when I see this, I'm seeing 7/17. I see that as 2 days ago. Okay, because 7/17 is the 7th month we're in, 17th day. So that has my attention. But here's what I did. I searched 6216 in the drops, knowing there's no drops with 6216 drop number. But what would happen if I type that in to see what would happen? Again, what are we doing? Q Intel. Very important of where this is going to go. So check this out, 6216, search that into the drops. Dang it, let me blow this up. There we go. 6 drops popped up. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. What's in these things?
Yeah,
now watch where this goes. Look at the drop number we see first. And this first drop is the drop that I need. 4734. Who's number 47? DJT. What is DJT? 41020, that equals what? 34. Literally built into this. Again, why are we looking at this? The Q Intel site. They're founding to today. These are the numbers that pop in. 6216, September 17th is the date of the drop. Now, what did I just tell you about today? Or not today, but the month of September. September is really supposed to be in the 7th month. Date is 7/19. The numbers we just had a few minutes ago was for 7/17. So I looked at this as 2 days ago, correct? Back at this drop, I see 9/17 is the date. Read this backwards, 7/1/9. That's literally today's date, backwards. Or let's play with it even better. September as the 7th month, because Sept is 7/17. That matches what's in the calculation.
That's wild.
But we're looking for it because of 6216, but we have our 7/17 and 9/17 today's date built right into it. And it's 4734. Come on. And I haven't looked at the drop yet, bro. That's just what's up top. All right, let's go further.
Wowza.
January 23rd, 2018. Do not glorify us. We are all patriots. Honor those who serve for God and for God, humanity, and country. Where we go one, we go all. Why are we looking at this drop? Q Intel. We got to keep remembering that. Do not glorify us. We're all patriots. Who's inside of these? Admiral Rogers. Honor those who serve. Who served? Admiral Rogers is in here. For God and humanity and country. Where we go one, we go all. Okay, so again, thinking about Q Intel, here we go. Focus on content, information, research for yourself. Gatekeeper, a noun, a person that controls access as to information, often acting as an arbiter of quality or legitimacy. Why are we looking at this? Q Intel. An open internet allows innovators to bypass traditional gatekeepers and promote their work on its own merit. What are we talking about? Q Intel. A guardian, monitor, deploy camouflage. What are we talking about? Drop all the references. Q, QAnon, etc. What are we talking about? Q Intel. So we're take away the Q. So we're talking about Intel. Okay. To avoid ban/termination, censorship install. Algos, sniffers, bypass. Keep charging midnight riders. Reveres midnight ride. Delivery of free information. Bypass controlled media narrative. Q Intel. All I did was type in the amount of days, and it matched up with this, and then the drop basically read out the Q Intel, even has Q in it. Now, still not done. Last piece. Look at the blue ID number right here. Then you have the second blue number here, and then you have the timestamp below. There's 3 sets of numbers there, and technically 4 I could use, but I'm going to use the 3. Big executive order number would be 13848 as the election interference, right? So I see 384 sitting inside right here. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But to the right of it, I see 13986. What I know about that is I know for a fact what Trump's executive orders were in his first term in my head. 13765 to 13984. Meaning that's 2 digits away from being Trump's last executive order. And the number next to it's a 3, which is 1 less than his last one. Then I look down here and I see 13985. That's the next one after. That's right there too from his last one. And then I see the ID is letter I 1384. I'm missing the 8. I have 1, 2, 3 executive orders sitting here that are all Donald Trump from his first term or right at it, all sitting inside here. Then take that information and take away all the other stuff I have put into it. That is just the weirdest, most interesting combo I've seen in a minute, because this just hits so perfect. And then it also has executive order numbers that were built into it as well. All coming from 6216 from a random calculation, and it all matched up coming from Q Intel. Talk about weird, bro. Q. Drop all the references. So let's just talk about the Intel. I'm telling you, man, there's something to this. So here's my thought. I'll finish with this. Because I did this and because the way this all worked out, here's my thinking. July 12th, 2009 is a big time marker. And it's registered to who? Mark Monitor. So it's a mark, inky mark. Look, ink mark. I just found my link right here. Here, I'll blow this up bigger for you guys. There you go. Registered under who? Mark Monitor Inc. Ink Mark. Where does that come from? Let's pull up my Inky Mark decode. You guys missed this.
Telling you, it's ballots. The ballots are marked.
Ex-Canada MP arrested after police seized 439 guns and antique cannon from his home. The antique cannon, of course, is 1314. There's your antique cannon. But drop 439. So first off, his name is Inky. There's your ink. Mark. Oh my God, I'm done. I'm just done. I can't do it. 439. Okay. December 23rd, 2017. 2011 shuttle program terminated by Hussein. U.S. loses space dominance. Iran nuke deal. North Korean nuke missile tech. SpaceX. NASA Tech 2. HRP SAP's private server. Connected. Money in the pockets. Eye of Ra. Now, what was his name? Inky Mark. We got left eye marker. So we have our mark. Symbolism, evil, stupid, justice, Q. And then we have a Q post, missing letter I, inky, mark. I are markers. What rocket fired today? I, message sent, inky, mark. And now I'm over here looking at this and I see Mark Inc. after I just pulled off their created time frame. Dude, I'm just so done. If I could drop my mic, I would right now. That is unreal. I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
Oh,
God, I pulled it off in the middle of the night last night, and this morning I did a little video to put that together for people just before the show. So I had to pull that out for everybody because that's still on my brain this whole show.
Dude, it's wild. I don't even know if I would have looked to even, try the 6216 or whatever that number was, because I know that they only go to, the 4000s or whatever. So very cool.
I hate to say it this way, but that's why I'm different, because I don't take anything I see and go, no, I'm not going to go look for that. I go, oh, I'm totally looking for that because I know there's something there. It always happens. So you can never just think there's nothing there. You have to search it. And well, when I do take the time to do that, that's the type of stuff that happens right there.
Okay. Well, I did I finally got to upload that as you were doing your decode there. Very cool stuff. And so I'm going to show you a post that I put out yesterday. I don't know if you got to see it, but it was a video I had in my what I call my best files folder, just from older stuff, from Hillary Clinton back in 2019. You might be thinking, wait, Mike, 2019? Because what was the date with Hillary Clinton at the 9/11 memorial? That was 2016. Exactly. Yes, perfect. Yep. So you might be saying, well, Mike, wait, you're about to show me a video of Hillary Clinton in 2019 when some of us believe she may have been taken off the playing field in 2016. Okay, well, I will contend to you, sir, that if you listen to her voice, I would contend this is the double. So she says to one of the women, she goes, "Oh, I want to take a picture." I'm like, wait, that's not her voice. Like, what the hell? Let's see if you guys can hear this. Let's hear what I heard.
Okay, let's do it. Aisha, baby, Aisha, come here, this way. Come here. Hi, good to see you. Want to get a picture?
Want to get a picture? Wow. I don't know. That does that sound like her to you? Let's see. You know what the funny thing is like certain parts of this, I look at certain aspects that she does because she like rips the phone out of this guy's hand, and I'm like, that's something the real Hillary would do. And then I'm like, well, wait, would the double try to mimic what a rotten woman she is? Because by all accounts, everybody that's had to work around her said she's horrible to the help, horrible to the agents, smells like death. But she actually, if you notice right here in the very beginning, she like rips the phone off of this dude who was about to take the picture. Said, I think he was about to take the selfie, or maybe it was in the unedited version that I had. Let me see. Not that.
Oh, sorry.
Right. All right. It was a different part of the video. I could upload that a little bit, but essentially it does look a lot like her, right? But she does make some weird faces along the way here.
Well, her double has fatter cheeks. I can tell right away. The cheeks on her are way bigger. They've always been bigger. When you see the real Hillary and her next to each other or the same time frame, you'll notice that there's I would call it high cheekbones and also like almost slightly fatter cheeks is the only way I can really describe it. That's always how I've always noticed who it is the higher cheekbones, which this one 100% has, especially since it's from 2019, because the double has the higher cheekbones.
Oh, this is funny. And I'm going to show you a picture of, in a minute, I'm going to show you a video, or it's going to be a still photo in it from a picture of Hillary, the actual Hillary, from 2013. So unless she was, changed back then, I thought I took another picture of her and Bill Clinton last night, a screenshot. Remember that weird picture? It was Bill Clinton and her at... Oh, where were they? They were at a play, I think it was. And I remember looking back then going, boy, her face looks so much different than right now. Let me see. And there's actually other things in here. Hillary and Bill Clinton at a play. She had this like weird Joker face. No. So like that's
that's the real one.
Yeah, that's the real one.
The one down there.
Eyebrows. Yeah. Where's the one yeah, look at this. Is this the one with the high cheekbones you're talking about?
That's it. Or the fat cheekbones. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. You can tell by her cheeks. That's exactly one. Yeah, there she is. Yep.
Come on, get bigger.
That's the
get
one.
Bigger there.
That's the cheeks I'm talking about. That's the double right there. That's not a mask. That's not a mask, everybody. That's her double. That's a lady that looks like her. She had that difference is the cheeks themselves.
Yeah, and now to show that, I can go into this post here. Some wonderful folks. The Vigilant dropped one of my favorite videos here. And we've gone over this one a few times, right? Because it looks to me, some people say, well, she got, a little woozy. And it's like, well, was she a little woozy or did they drag her? Because to me, it looks like her tippy toes were trying to dig into the ground. And I don't know how good of a copy this is, but let's see what we got. But here is 9/11/2016. And again, it's not good enough, dude. Like, I can tell you 100% right now, her hand is behind her back on her left side. 100%. It appears to me that her right hand is in front of her at this time. It appears, but I can't be certain. This lady has her arm interlocked under her shoulder here. And as we go on, looks like they're kind of trying to prop her up, But then look at those toes dragged into. So unless she completely passed out, dead right there. Oh, look at somebody zoomed right in. That's what the Vigilant put in there. Awesome. So they're just showing just the toes. Ready? Watch her toes come dragging in. Unless she completely passed out flat on her face right here. Either that or she's right resisting. There. See the toes?
Dragging. Yep.
So one way or the other, she's not in good shape or she was arrested. One or the other at the time. Better watch out. She'll gladly use your daughter for some satanic ritual. But yes, I think she's been taken care of. CJ. All right, let me see. Here we go. Ready? Remember this one? I'm just going to go to the money spot here because this is me just talking in the beginning. Again, transforming the video, because if I just uploaded this video and put my stamp on it, then I'm stealing somebody else's stuff. I'm not actually doing anything good or making anything real. That's all you got to do is put a little comment on it, and you've transformed the work, and now it's original work. Look at that, dude. Here we go. Chuck Todd.
Who's doing that?
Well, some people got demonetized on X because they were doing, like say if we're doing all right here, perfect example, this clip right here. If we were to take this clip, right, and say if it's an hour show, and I take even right here, 1 minute and 5 seconds of this video, and I simply clip it, and then I put, Spaceshot 76 watermark on it, and I upload it to X, should I get paid for that? Should I get, like, monetization money for that? Like, because historically, people were getting money for that, but it's not my clip. All I did was clip 45 seconds from it and put my stamp on it. Now, at the very beginning, like right here, so where am I under the O for today? See if you notice here in the beginning, I'm talking.
Reporting.
Whoop. Let me see. My
whitewashing reports.
So talking in there, right? That's transforming the stuff. So if you're adding your viewpoint to it or making a comment on it, you're transforming the work, and therefore now it's original work. Essentially, is what they're going after. They don't want people just ripping other things, because dude, how many times you go on X and you see the same video like 10 times from 10 different people, but you know where the source came from, right?
Yeah.
But dude, this is interesting. This is 2013, and this is Chuck Todd of all people reporting on the Today Show. Listen to this story. I'm guessing a fair amount of you may have not even heard of this, or maybe not even remember it.
Good morning, Savannah. You know, there's an old saying in Washington that the cover-up is worse than the crime. But in this case, both parts of it are disturbing. Allegations of prostitution and pedophilia, and allegations that those crimes were somehow covered up or not looked into. So the State Department this morning is having to respond to those claims and those investigations of misconduct by State Department officials, including by an ambassador and security agents attached to then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. And the allegations are that these investigations were whitewashed, quashed altogether, and that those orders came from high up.
Flashback 2013. What do you think, buddy? Pedophilia and sexual assault.
Wow.
We're covered up.
2013, I wouldn't have known. And in 2013, I wouldn't have known anything about it when it happened. So, but of course, I've heard, and don't forget this, in the drops, there's in March 13, 2013 Intercept, the HRC Intercept. That date that's built to that is the same date that Pope Francis was put in as Pope, 3/13/13. And that's the date for her intercept. And now you're showing me this 2013 thing that I didn't know about, of course. There you go. Another little small connection to it. That's freaky.
Very interesting, right? And so many nasty things. I think I got to delete that because I did some bad editing on there. I could actually delete that video and re-upload it later. There we go. I hate leaving awkward pauses in videos and then gulp making sound like that. I always cut that stuff out. And one of my pet peeves is, you ever see when people copy like a video and then they leave the ass end of like the screen recorder that comes down? They don't take the time to clip that out. That's like a big pet peeve of mine too. I hate that. Okay.
Oh yeah, I do all my stuff live, raw and uncut. So all my mess ups and all that might just stay in. I don't care, whatever.
Just keep them, dude. And so here's when it's getting a little obvious to me, anyways. We talked about Maine earlier, and this guy I thought was a friggin' roving moron, a functional moron. Let's just leave it at that. I won't go into any more descriptive words, but essentially I thought this dude was essentially a talking moron. But listen to what he says here on Maria, dude.
Shut down. Now that would put me at odds with the Democratic Party. I will never vote to shut our government down. We have to find a better way. That's a core responsibility. And now the reasons why we shut our government down, whether it's healthcare or reforms with ICE, neither of those ever happened. So it's a loser for American. And now I know there are my colleagues that don't want to do these things, but I'll stand up to the party and say, this is wrong to do that. So that's the situation, and it's very disappointed that would be the third shutdown in like 9 months. That's insane.
Senator, it complicates things that you've got these very far left candidates winning and socialists now.
Shut down. Now that would put me
dude,
at odds,
The idea that this guy's making, he's like the arbiter of truth on their side, dude. Right? Like, it's the weirdest thing to me that this guy seems to be the voice of reason on the other side.
Yeah, when he first showed up, everybody was like, what the hell is this dude? And we all laughed about it. And now he's literally, like you said, the voice of reason. Like, what is happening? I think literally it just shows more of the central casting kayfabe aspect of it. He's the perfect character for this. Of all people, who would have guessed that dude, Fetterman, is the one that's actually speaking with sense? I don't think any of us did. So it's great. Character arc. It's a great character arc in the movie that we're watching right now.
Oh God, is it? And dude, this is gonna be Not a good one, dude. And I'm definitely going to be welcoming folks for your opinion on this. Oh, dude, this is a bad one. I'm even want to even post this, but I'm gonna have to. And again, we don't run cover for anybody, right, dude? Like I've said this before numerous times. Like if I knew for sure Donald Trump had anything to do with messing with kids or anything like that, I would absolutely be reporting on it. I'm sure Matrix would as well. Like not running cover for anybody. But this dude, you're gonna. Yeah, this is bad, dude. Oh, by the way, did you this is just a side note and this is not anything to do with what I'm about to show you, but did you ever happen to see a video of Donald Trump Jr. at UFC banging some coke?
No.
Yeah, dude.
I wouldn't doubt it, but what?
Let's see. Donald, let's see. Trump Jr. UFC. Maybe it'll come up. Let's see. On camera, Don Jr. pulls out a little baggie of powder at his father's birthday party.
No.
Again, I can't tell you what it is. Hey, it might have been some stevia for his coffee. I mean, how much of this are we going to get?
I mean, it could be anything, though. It could be a piece of candy. You know what I'm saying? Unless they showed him actually like snort it, it's gonna be. That's all I can say. I don't know.
It's a piece
what it
of
is.
gum.
I don't know. Exactly. It could be anything.
Oh yeah, look at what type of people usually do this, Matrix?
Yep, Mr. Coke.
People that do cocaine. But again, I'm not saying, I don't know. I wasn't there.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've only done that 1,000 times, and I've only done cocaine that same 1,000 times, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Wow.
Actually, that's a lie. I haven't done cocaine that much. I've done other stuff that much, though.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug. Dude,
oh, it is.
That Chappelle show thing was so friggin' funny when they're talking with because they actually had Rick James on there, and he's like,
yeah.
Eddie and his brother talking about how I'm stomping my he goes, my feet into their couch. Yeah, I remember stomping my feet into their couch.
He goes, man, I never stomped my feet on their couch.
Like it's something to do.
I remember smiling. I remember stomping my feet on their couch. Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
He goes, I'm just gonna stomp on their couch like it's something to do. What do I look like? Yeah, I remember stomping my feet on their couch.
It's darkness, everybody. Darkness. Charlie Murphy.
I used to call him Twin Darkness. Charlie Murphy says, back before Wesley Snipes, we were the blackest guys on the planet. All right, you ready? You ready for this?
Yeah.
The grand reveal. Ding dong. Oh, look at Space Shot's live. Ding dong. You want to read this one?
Okay. Tulsi Gabbard's brother, Batardi, facing criminal charges after he allegedly tried to lure children into his Hawaii hotel room. July 17th for the date as well, after I just got done. What the frick?
Raggy.
Was charged on July 17th, days after the alleged incident. Whoa.
Not gonna lie, he kind of looks the part, bro.
No, he does.
Hey.
He definitely looks related to Tulsi too. Holy crap.
Batardi Gabbard has been charged after he allegedly tried to lure children into his Hawaii hotel room. He allegedly approached a group of children at a Waikiki hotel pool area on Sunday, July 12th, police said. Gabbard family said Batardi has been dealing with mental health issues. All right, so that seems like an admittance of guilt right there. Same thing repeated. Arrested and charged with with custodial interference in the second degree with custodial interference in the second degree in connection with a stranger danger incident on Friday, July 17. Why do they keep bringing this up again? Because it's 5 days after the thing. After he allegedly approached a group of children at Waikiki Hotel area on July 12th, the Honolulu police said in a news release. At about 2 p.m., an unknown man allegedly approached several children, including a 9-year-old boy, and offered them gum and money to accompany him to his hotel room. Oh, no. He also allegedly asked for children's names, which he wrote in a notebook. However, the children refused, and the man walked away, according to authorities. 42-year-old woman reported the alleged incident. Batardi also goes by his given Hindu name, Bhakti, is the older brother of Tulsi and the son of Hawaii State Senator Mike Gabbard. Oh, I didn't know her father was a state senator.
I didn't either. What?
Let's take a look at that really quick. Mike Gabbard. Oh, yeah, he's an older guy. Okay. 48. He was born 1 year after my mama. Representing since 2006, so the last 20 years. Okay.
Oh.
Senator Mike, 78, and his wife, Carol, addressed allegations against their son. Bhakti has had mental issues in the past and has been doing well for the last 10 years. His wife kicked him out of the house, so he's been sleeping on the streets. He gave away his car to a homeless person, lost his ID and phone, and has no money. He has renamed himself Batari, and also... Oh, God, dude, what? He also renamed himself Jim Morrison Jr. as he's having delusions of being a rock star, they confirmed. Oh, dude. You know, everybody always, not everybody, but a lot of people were always like, oh, Tulsi, she's so hot. And I'm like, nobody noticed, like, all the big time acne scars in her face? Nobody noticed that besides me?
Well, I've seen it. Whenever they show her in HD, you see it.
Well, she's a 10-footer. Look good from 10 feet away.
Exactly.
But now, this is what I was going to ask you. You know, we got the husband dying of bone cancer, but he's going to last, she's going to wait 30 days, but then she's gone out, obviously, now. But I wondered, did this have anything to do with it? But they say this was only, now 7 days ago. So,
right.
Did they know
when did
maybe
it really
this was
happen?
Coming? Yeah, is it possible it happened earlier?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe they wanted to get her out before this came out type thing. I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah, very weird.
The movie's very weird in the first place as far as, well, she was a Scaramucci model to start with. So regardless, she was going to be heading out the door, but this makes you think maybe this is another reason why she went out the door early, and the whole July 17th being thrown in there so often kind of makes you think so too.
Oh, God. Yeah. Let me see here. All right. Yeah. I mean, and again, I'm never running cover for anybody. I don't care who it is. Especially if you're doing stuff to kids, your ass is getting reported, and that's that, like, period, never running cover. So, all this stuff that I see about President Trump, like, dude, I'm still out there in the trenches, like, all the time. If you see, I'm hitting out these people with election fraud stuff, but also, the people talking to me about baking soda, which I did get the tips. Thank you guys. Where was it? This was in response to the best that Maine has to offer. They put Bobcat Goldthwait in there. I said pretty close. Zero doubt that Trump won the election. Oh, Trump lost and he knew about it, right? I say we're at batches 1 through 10, batches 11 through 26. Scanner logs start at batch 11. How about you look up all the counties in Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, etc., where Biden won? Why is it that President Trump won each of these counties 60 to 80%, but yet the totals had no more than 4,000 or 5,000 or 20,000 in each county, and most of them had around 5,000 per county? But then when you get into certain areas, and all of a sudden Biden wins by 80% in a county that has 600,000 votes. That's how they stole it, dipshit. Why were they blocking windows in certain election counties so the ballot watchers couldn't watch? Why did they report water main breaks while there was none? Why did Detroit get 3 and 4 a.m. deliveries? And look at, she was responding to everybody, dude. You go before this. No, she didn't want to. And, I just want to find 11,000 votes. And, I would do it for everybody, but I don't want to, pull repeats. But you can go to that interactive map and actually show, and I think we may have done a little bit on the roundtable a couple weeks ago where we showed this example, and it's the whole damn state. It's 60 to 80% Trump in the whole damn state, with none of them over maybe 30, 40, 20, 30,000, but most of them were like 4,000 to 6,000 votes in each county. right? But then, oh, wait, Biden wins 80% in counties that have 600,000 or 400,000 or whatever. So they took those congested areas, and that's where they made all the fraud happen. Like, period, exclamation point, boom. Mr. Matrix, did you want to do a Rumble Wallet really quickly, and then we can continue on, sir?
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Let's see. Where's it?
We're try to keep the lights on.
Yep, there you go. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Oh God, it's playing. Is it? Let me see. What are you doing here? Is it giving me an error here? Ads overlay. Continue. There we go. What is it doing? Hold on. Just give me a second. It's making me refresh for whatever reason here. Ding, 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 ding. Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right with you. Here we go. Hopefully. Come on. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We hear a lot. No, we didn't. We don't. Hold on. That. No. Sorry, buddy. Just give me 1 second. Space Shot's playing a fool. There we go.
Hang on. I'm a minute and a half into mine. I'm canceling it. Hang on.
No, you're good. You're good. You can let it go. It'll stay.
All right, there you go. Go ahead.
All right. All right, guys and girls. We hear a lot about crypto, but here's the part most people miss. Crypto was created so you can actually own and control your own money. And after the 2008 financial crisis, Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to banks. So instead of a bank holding your money, delaying transfers, or limiting access, you're the one in control. And if you ever had to wait for a transfer to clear, you felt that problem. Now fast forward to today. Everybody's heard of crypto, but getting started still feels complicated. That's exactly why we use Rumble Wallet. It takes all that complexity and makes it simple. Choose what you want: Bitcoin, dollar-backed stablecoins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. No complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, debit card, or bank and be up and running in minutes. And once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like Matrix and myself directly. So do this now. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description and download Rumble Wallet. From there, you can set up your wallet, tap buy, and you're in the game. And in just a few minutes, you can go from hearing about crypto to actually owning some. Boom.
Boom.
I feel like I have to add the boom in at the end every time. I don't know what it is, but it's just it just happens. it just happens.
I do it every time now too. I don't know if it's you or Joe got me doing it, but I'm doing it every time I do the reads. So
it just happens. It's just on there. So I appreciate you guys giving us a second to do that here. We'll do one more thing. What your thoughts on this guy, Mr. Ramaswamy?
Oh, big forehead guy. Oh yeah.
It says he's a 73% chance of winning Ohio's governor race after he won 100% of the counties in the GOP primary. Elon has surged a whopping $5 million into boosting his campaign. But what do you think?
What's that guy's name? Shri, the guy that has that funny accent when he talks, the other Indian guy. You know what I'm talking about? The one that looks like he's fake, basically.
Is he a billionaire?
No, Shri. Here, let me give a picture real quick. Let me find one. I have one on my page because I posted his picture. Yeah, hang on 1 second. You want this comparison when I say what I'm about to say. All right. Here, let me just grab screen for 2 seconds so you can see this guy. This guy here. Him. Shri.
Oh God, he does look like a fake Indian Donald Trump.
So here's my thought. You asked me what I think about Vivek. I'm going to say this. I have yet to see Vivek and this guy in the same room at the same time. That's what I'm going to say about that one, because I think here's what I wrote. Here's what I wrote. I swear that's Vivek Ramaswamy Swampy in a mask. Like that's exactly. Like you asked me. That's what I have to say about it. That's what I think about him.
It says, "Look at that." It says, "Look at that stretched earlobe." Oh my God, dude!
Yeah, it looks like a mask. And that dude is hilarious when he talks. When he talks, I can't help but laugh hysterically because you can't understand a word he says. It's like Vivek talks like a real proper white dude, and then this Shri guy talks like the worst Indian accent you've ever had. It's like it's Vivek in his Indian mask doing an Indian accent. That's what I feel like.
Oh God. Oh wait, what the heck?
Outside of that, I do like Ramaswamy, although I think he's swampy. I like him as a person, the way he talks, but I think he's Obama 2.0 type person. So I think he's just a cog in the wheel, man.
Oh God, this is old. I'm just trying to look to see if I can find any pictures of him like closer media. And again, I don't know, but yeah, that dude is super fake looking.
And with Ramaswamy's head being so giant with that hair the way it is, it also kind of lines up with that Shri guy's mask. So
Ramaswamy.
Hey, it's what I named him a long time ago. Swampy.
Definitely is super swampy. President Trump had a couple of interesting.
Oh shit!
things.
You know what's funny is I had my screen covered this whole time. That's hilarious. It's wow. I wasn't looking over.
I've done that my fair share of times.
Well, here, I'll make it simple. You guys know what Vivek looks like on my screen, so people on my end can see who I was talking about. Let me re-pull that up for you guys. You guys probably know him. I'm over here looking at the other screen. So here he is. Here you go. From my side, that got totally jabbed by me not doing it. There you go. This guy here in Vivek Ramaswamy. Sorry about that, y'all.
That's funny. That's hilarious. Right. Let me see. Right. I don't know. This is new. This is Miss Debbie Roush had shared this with me earlier. Let me see when it's from. Yeah, I keep messing up the dates. So yesterday it says hell yes. So remember we had the whole thing with. So this is DOJ, not ICE, but it says the Trump DOJ has just activated a never before used alien terrorist removal court. Allows for the admin to rapidly report illegals deemed terrorists such as Tren de Aragua and their family members. Much of the proceedings are done in classified settings, and the illegal cannot play the asylum card during the proceedings. Court was established by Congress in 1996 and just received its first ever filing just days ago. Currently under seal. How does this guy know about it then? Nick Sorter. Yeah, he's connected to these guys for sure, and he's always on the scene covering this stuff. Interesting, huh?
What's the date on it?
This is yesterday.
Scroll down. 7/15/26 for the. Okay, so it took from 1996 to this year. That's 30 years. Damn. Okay.
Well, and you just reminded me that it's been 32 years since I graduated high school. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I don't know if.
Okay. 22 for me.
Oh. Damn. Let me see. I don't know that I pulled this story. Let me just see. Okay, I'm going to pull this one up, and then no, I didn't pull the actual link for this other story, but I will in 1 second. It's easily grabbed. I'm in love with the stripper. Okay. So, some seriously disturbing declassified files will be coming out in the coming weeks about now, dude, this is. Maybe we should have started, earlier in the show with this one because this is huge. And just listen to what she wrote. Some seriously disturbing declassified files will be coming out in the coming weeks about a former member of Congress placing interns in other offices that happen to be agents of foreign governments. Representative Kat Kamak has legislation that would require background checks on staff, and it should be brought to the floor immediately. Also, this is a massive security breach. Josh Reese says, Swalwell, and this was my comment I was saying earlier. Why hasn't this been done decades ago? I had to get background checks for my job as a school bus driver. That's a menial job, right? You're not doing background checks on congressional staff? You need legislation for that? Seriously? Are you people retarded? Like, dude, that's huge. Wow. And this person's guessing Swalwell, but he's still a member of Congress or Senate, isn't he? Or did he step down? I forgot. I don't think he stepped down, did he? But I'm thinking, you know who I'm thinking, dude. Well, and what do they mean, former member of Congress? Because you have anybody. Well, does that mean a congressman or woman, or can that include Senate as well? Because if they mean just Congress. Because, they say like the House of Representatives, and then you got Congress and Senate. So sometimes when they say you're a member of Congress, I'm guessing congressmen. And if that's the case, I'm going with Shifty Schiff, who had the power to put people into different offices, right? Who was a former member of Congress who is now a senator, but was a congressman. Shifty Schiff. I'm gonna put my vote down. What do you guys think in the chat? And who's your guest?
I like your shifty. I mean, this is the first I'm hearing of it. And here's my thing though: is I don't follow the Congress people like that to know who's who. To be honest with you, but Swalwell, I don't know if he's out for sure. But what you just said with shifty sounds really, really good. I'd have to literally do research just to figure out who the hell it could be. Honestly, that's one of those things that's out of my league type of things. I don't really know.
Let me see. A current congressman. Here we go. I'll get my answer in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. No, Eric Swalwell is no longer a congressman. He resigned from the U.S. House of Reps, representing Carolina. All right, so he resigned on April 14th of 26. So this year, and I'm guessing it was during those, right around the time of those, the video with him and that dude and the hooker. Excuse me. I'm sorry, hookers. Because there was the blonde girl that came into the back and you saw her in the mirror and then she walked away. But yeah, dude. So there was a member of Congress who were placing agents of foreign governments in other offices in Congress. So that person would have to have power. That's why I'm leaning away from Swalwell, because as much as he was a jerk off, I don't think he had the power that Shifty Schiff commanded. And, but again, I'm not saying I'm correct. I could be wrong. I don't know. Seeing what the folks in the chat.
MTG was one name that popped into my chat, but I don't know. It's like you just said. I don't know their powers. That's out of my leagues. Yeah,
I don't think she did.
Okay, former member of Congress. It doesn't tell you anything about how recent either, though. It could have been 20 years ago. It could have been a year ago. We don't. And that's the thing is, the only people I know from any kind of political stuff just since Trump showed up. That's the only political people I really know, other than main names too. So if it's anybody older than say 10 years ago, I wouldn't even might not even know who they are.
Let's see. G Font says Congress includes both House and Senate unless otherwise stated. So yeah, means maybe somebody who's no longer in either. I don't know what she meant by that, but we'll see. Blue Eyed Bandit says Shifty Schiff. Jake Giglio says dropped out of California governor race too. And Bamlo says, was Adam really part of burning all the January 6th evidence? The first 1,000 hours were just released. Yeah, dude, I gotta get to start looking at some of that stuff, because there's a lot more of the 1,000 hours of body cam footage, I guess, that's out.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Gypsy Reject. Schiff is no longer in Congress. However, he is in Senate. And that's kind of the distinction that I'm having the issue with. Like, are we considering what she's saying, member of Congress? How about this? Let's search Brave for what member of Congress means. Meaning, here we go. What does that mean exactly to you and me? Elected official who serves in either the U.S. Senate or the House of Reps. See what I mean? Okay, so thank you, G Fonts was correct on that one there. So it means House. So if she's meaning what the actual meaning is supposed to mean, she means Senate and Congress. So then that would mean Swalwell would be more in line. What are people commenting to Josh here? Pelosi, yeah, Pelosi possibly. Wasserman Schultz. I don't know if she's in there or not now, but she's a real beaut. She's a real SOB.
Now, Wasserman, if you type her in, the first two things that come up is the Epstein, or the coup d'etat, plus the Epstein list for Wasserman.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and then this also, talking about this situation about requiring background checks, right? When I go into, let's do it like this, and we'll just say bank fraud. Remember that one? Our Justice Department must not let Awan and Debbie Wasserman Schultz off the hook. The Democrat IT scandal is a key to much of the corruption we see today. They want to make a plea deal to hide what is on their server. Where is server? Really bad. Logical thinking. Now remember, guys, this is going back to 2018, 19? 18, July 3rd. July 3rd. Logical thinking. Why was the case against Awan filed under bank fraud? The result today is regarding bank fraud. See last. Connect. The swamp is being drained. So let's see last, shall we? Let's see the last. And make connections to this. Lee Stranahan, I'm at the federal courthouse, and it seems that Imran Awan plea deal says that he cannot be charged with any previous non-violent crime. Think logically. Inspector General report. Think what's missing. Do you think this was going to be litigated in this setting? Case that implicates some of the most senior elected officials, treason, is being handled by the appropriate office. Think national security. Now, Matrix, key terminology inside of there, right? Is it's not will be handled, right? It's being handled. So we're talking 2018. This stuff is being handled, right? We're not gonna handle it. It's being handled.
And by who? The appropriate office, which is JAG, is who it's referring to. You just blew my mind because you came to this drop because you're showing perfect stuff, but you realize Trump said something in that major speech he did. He brought up a number he hadn't said in much lately, which is 11,888. I just want you to know that this drop is the only drop with that number in it. If you search the drops for it, I'm seeing, go. No, 11,888.
Oh, okay. All right. I was like, okay. Do I need to do the two-step thing or whatever?
You need to just go into the search bar. Not that search. Yeah, that. Type in 11,888.
Yeah, there is no drop 11,888. All right. Yeah.
There you go. Look what drop did it pull up?
1671. Interesting.
Oh, same drop. Because I know that drop by heart because every time Trump ever says 11,888, this is the drop it goes to, and it's talking about JAG and treason. So you going there just for whatever reason, maybe I just taught you something. Yeah, the 11,888 that Trump keeps saying, that's the only drop with it.
Wow.
And it's JAG. Yeah, and think about it. What was Lindsey Graham? JAG. Did Lindsey Graham just die? Yes. After Lindsey Graham's death, Trump brings up 11,888. Interesting.
Wowza. 3 have stat. So Brian Cates is responding 3 hours ago to what we were just talking about a few minutes ago, talking about you don't actually vet these people at all levels. Like, seriously? Now, right here, perfect. Over the target. All right, so if you remember this case and what this entailed, what was going on here, and like the idea that in the drops we talked about IT Awan scandal. So let's see, do I get this? Hussein Records, IT scandal Awan. So we'll pull that one up. Remember the Awan IT scandal. Awan, who directly reported to the DNC chair, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, stole DNC equipment and money and sent it to Pakistan. Had no FBI background check or clearance, yet had access to classified data from 2018 in the drops. Why did 42 Hussein administrative staff obtain FBI bypass, no background checks? IT scandal, Awan, access to classified emails, summary security meeting notes, briefings, etc., with no FBI background check or clearance. IT scandal, Awan. So, I don't know if you guys remember anything about John Brennan spying on Congress. You ever hear about that one?
Yeah.
He basically had to admit that he spied on Congress, and they were. Let me see. So this guy, did you have something on this guy the other day too? The guy with the mustache or the beard?
Yeah, like the mystery dog from Kelsey and Taylor Swift and Travis Kelsey. Mystery is only in 2 drops, and the drop that shows the face change goes to that. Mystery.
Me alone about John Brennan spying on Congress. So I'm telling the computer to tell me about John Brennan spying on Congress. Dude, this is so... I mean, you want to talk about treason at the highest levels, and these things were... again, when did the plan start? When did they instill this stuff? Because this story is going back to 2014. Inquiry shows the CIA spied on the Senate panel that was investigating the agency. Like, dude, CIA Director John Brennan apologized to Senator Dianne Feinstein, who had accused the CIA of spying on her committee's computers. Brennan at first denied it. Now the latest on a conflict between the CIA and Congress. A Senate committee has been investigating whether the CIA tortured terrorism suspects in the months after 9/11. Remember, Gina Haspel, I think, was involved with that as well, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be. In March, the chairman of that committee accused the CIA of trying to thwart her investigation, remember Feinstein, by spying on committee staff. Then CIA Director John Brennan dismissed the charge as, quote, beyond the scope of reason. Now he's apologized, NPR's David Wellner reports. Back in March, accused him they were being used to supposedly secure a site in Northern Virginia where staffers sifted through millions of internal CIA documents. One of those documents was a memo prepared for former CIA Director Leon Panetta about waterboarding and other harsh interrogation practices the CIA used after the 9/11 attacks. A reportedly damning document that the agency had not wanted those staffers to see. Feinstein said the CIA had searched her staffers' computers for the so-called Panetta Review, a move she said possibly violated the Constitution. Senator Feinstein, how this will be resolved will show whether the Intelligence Committee can be effective in monitoring and investigating our nation's intelligence activities or whether our work can be thwarted by those we oversee. Wellner, the same day CIA Director Brennan insisted CIA would not break into Senate computers. John Brennan, when the facts come out on this, I think a lot of people who are claiming that there has been a tremendous sort of spying and monitoring and hacking will be proved wrong. In the end, it was Brennan who was proved wrong. A probe of the matter carried out by the CIA Inspector General's office concluded that CIA employees had, in fact, improperly searched the Intelligence Committee's computers. A CIA spokesperson said yesterday that Brennan told Feinstein about that finding and apologized. The apology comes just as long executive summary of the Intelligence Committee's so-called torture report is set to be released. CIA was first given a chance to review and redact the classified report on its controversial activities, so parts of it will likely be blacked out. Those who've read the report say it concludes very little useful information was gained from interrogation techniques that are now banned. David Wellner. Well, yeah, dude, they say basically when you start torturing somebody, they'll just start saying whatever just to get you to stop, you know? Make stuff up or whatever. But again, there it is. I mean, he was spying on Democrats back then, right? So people have to look at what these people are doing, right? They're not just going after President Trump, the Republican, right? They were spying on Democrats and Republicans back then, but especially because they were going after his little or his big organization, the CIA, right? Huge. I mean, dude, this is the type of BS that they were doing for decades and decades and getting away with.
You know what it reminds me of, honestly, is slightly separate but the same, is 10 years ago this week, actually, too. Same timing as my third eye thing. Was it July 5th, 2016, James Comey decided that he was no longer going to be looking into Hillary Clinton's email stuff because why? Well, there's not enough evidence. No real point to it. Well, 17 days later, on the 22nd of July, Julian Assange dropped a dump of WikiLeaks files, and suddenly James Comey like, oh, I think we might need to bring that thing back on. So it's the same type of situation that I see there. It's where the people that are in power have friends that are also in power, and they purposely let them get away with stuff until they get caught. And then they try and cover it up, and it doesn't work. It's literally the same playbook over and over and over and over again. So
over and over again, I can't stand. Okay, I won't say. I don't want to get a copyright strike. I know I'm like voice of an angel. I know. Excuse me. All right, we kid. President Donald Trump today. Yes, and dude, I don't know if I've told you this, but I am Scottish on both sides of my family. Yeah, I'm Scottish, and you know what my grandmother's maiden name was? Ooh, you remember Braveheart's last name? Yeah, that's my last name. Yeah, his name was William Wallace.
Dude, you do realize Aberdeen, Scotland?
Oh, I do. That's why do you think I brought this up with you?
Oh my God, I'm gonna have a heart attack over here. Like, what the frick is happening? I've just got, dude. Yeah, I've gotten so many Scotland comms and Templar comms lately, and now Trump's out here talking about his parents, and now he's got Aberdeen. Aberdeen's where Trump everybody's like, oh, Trump's wearing Masonic regalia. I know he's in Scotland in the Masonic temple doing it in that magician robe he's got on. Yeah, I know. And now he's posting out about Aberdeen, which is the location he was at when he wore that regalia. All right,
Yes.
I'm done. I'm just done.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And, it's really good good stuff here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me just catch up. Delta dropped the dollar holler on Rumble, says ATH is 176 for DJT. What's ATH mean? ATH is 176 for DJT. Is that what he's thinking? And Delta, if you're still in the chat, just leave a regular comment. You don't have to leave a Rumble rant. What was ATH mean? Is that maybe what he's guessing it will go up to for DJT? And then Layla's Nana dropped a $20 Rumble rant on my side and says, "Thank you, MatrixQdeBreaker." I love that. That's so funny. And somebody sends me a Rumble rant, but thanks you. I remember earlier somebody sent you $1. Thanks me. And then G-Fonts dropped $1. Harla says, "Does he have Fox Mulder's basement office?" Oh God, you guys are too damn funny. And I'm gonna see if Delta happens to be in the chat there. I'll look for it in a second. Let me read this quick because this is also very interesting to do with the scenario with Iran and the oil and this, that, and the other, right? The people of Aberdeen in Scotland are dancing in the streets because of the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has stated that he will be opening up all the way the invaluable North Sea oil. It is one of the greatest sources of quality oil on Earth, has hundreds of years of capacity left, with much not even found yet, and will make the United Kingdom from a poverty-stricken disaster. You guys heard my northeast accent come out right there? Poverty. By poverty-stricken disaster to one of the richest countries anywhere in the world. Britain pays Norway billions of dollars a year to buy its oil, which they get from a less valuable part of the North Sea. How ridiculous is that? Also, word is the UK is going to move the old and horrible-looking windmills, which loom over and destroy the city of Aberdeen. That will be a big day for the country and will be very much appreciated by everybody. Such great potential in the UK, but it all starts with opening North Sea oil. We love you, Scotland. President Donald J. Trump. Boom. And we got Ash Coleman made a comment to that as well. Says, while the government allocates significant resources to support millions of illegal aliens, providing payouts reaching upwards of $5,000 a month, our own tax-paying citizens are left behind. The average Social Security check for our seniors is a mere $1,300 per month, which fails to cover the average monthly rent of over $2,000. This disparity is actively causing an increase in senior homelessness. The narrative that Social Security is naturally running out by 2033 ignores decades of systemic fraud, plundering, and unreturned funds from the program. If the government can easily afford substantial monthly assistance for illegal aliens who have never contributed to the system, it can afford to double Social Security checks for the citizens who built this country and paid into the Social Security system in good faith, believing the money would be properly stewarded and returned when they needed it most. We demand an immediate end to the excuses and a substantial increase in benefits for our seniors and veterans. If you doubled the Social Security check of every U.S. senior citizen, it would still be less than our government was paying to each month to illegal aliens who never paid a dime into the system and didn't qualify. Isn't that crazy, dude?
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. And I've said before, dude, my mother's side, it was the Wallace, and I don't know, William Wallace, I think, was ACE. I believe my grandmother's maiden side was WALLIS, and I'm not saying I was related to William Wallace Braveheart, but maybe, could have been. You know, when people come over to the New World, they'll change their last name, right? and some people didn't even know how to spell properly. So you might have two people from the Wallace family that came over separately, and one of them would say, well, what's your name? And the guy writing it down, Wallace. All right, Wallis. See you later. Have a good day. Next guy comes in 2 weeks later, and you got a different person who's registering them. What's the name? Wallace. Okay, Wallace. Have a nice day. Right, and that's how it happened for a lot of people. And then other people changed their names. Some people wanted to hide their ethnicity as well. Some people didn't want to sound Italian. Some people didn't want to sound Irish. Some people didn't want to sound whatever, right? So different names came in throughout the years there. But now is Trump, he's German, right? Does he have Scottish in his blood?
No.
It's all German, right?
No. Okay, you're just gonna have to let me have the screen.
I'm gonna see the screen for a second.
I need the screen for a second. You're gonna lose my mind.
He's over here. He's over here itching.
I'll be honest. I'll be 100% honest with you too. You were reading the Trump thing, and after the Trump thing, I didn't hear a word you said. So
I'm making a meme for you right now.
I have no clue what you said after the Trump thing.
I just came up with a funny meme for you, and I'm going to make it, and hopefully I'll have it ready and uploaded by the time we're done.
Let me see the screen.
Yeah, you got it. It's all you.
All right. No. That's what it's going to say. It's let me see the screen.
Yeah, that's something along those lines.
Yeah. All right. So first things first, this is a learning lesson for some of you guys out there. If you're following my Templar series, none of this will be new to you at all. So the people of Aberdeen, Scotland. Okay, so Aberdeen, Scotland. So Trump just, what is today? Sunday. So Friday, I think it was Friday when he said it. That or was Saturday. One of the two. He was doing something, and he brought up his mother. Oh, it's the FIFA thing. FIFA. He brought up his mother is from Scotland. His mother is directly from Scotland. So there's your first piece right there. Right there. That's already hidden. Then he brings up the North Sea oil. And here, I got to do a little bit more of this. So the North Sea oil, it is one of the greatest sources of quality oil on Earth. It has hundreds of years of capacity left. So hundreds of years of capacity left. A couple hundred years ago is when a lot of stuff was going on with the Templar stuff, right? Now, the UK, they're a piece of this as well, because Scotland had to knock off the UK in 1314. And the people that helped do that was, well, the Knights Templar. So there's another little piece of it. And it's, of course, we're talking hundreds of years ago. Then, of course, it says it would make them one of the richest countries anywhere in the world. All right. So first off, the North Sea, something I know because I have the book sitting behind me and because of the Templar research, that there was a Templar ship that was lost in the North Sea that has treasure on it. Scott Wolter and Don Rue, you got to know the Templar story. Don Rue and his buddy went out to that place where this location of a Templar ship was that was only known from this special information, let's say. Well, they went and found the ship and found out it's still there, which led to a whole bunch of stuff that we're now learning from the North Sea. So there's another piece there. Then let me bring this over here. Let's bring over what I just brought up to you guys. So here's my Templar stuff. So we're going to go down to 1314 is the year the White Knights arrived. The Battle of Bannockburn, which of course is in Scotland. The Battle of Bannockburn is fought on June 23rd and 4th in 1314 near Stirling, Scotland. Robert the Bruce led the Scottish army against a much larger English force. They knocked off the UK. The Templars, who had taken refuge in Scotland, fought alongside the Scots. The Scottish victory was a major turning point in the First War of the Scottish Independence. So the Templars helped get their independence. What are we celebrating right now? Our 250th year of independence from who? The same people, bro. Yeah. This is disgusting. Now, let's go further. What did I show you with Inky Mark? The other one, the antique cannon, right? The antique cannon. What drop is this? 1314. What year did the Battle of Bannockburn happen? 1314. Antique cannon, bro. It's a marker. That's what I'm saying.
That was huge. Yeah, that's definitely a cannon. And I always thought back then, like, you know, it's a cool picture, but like, why would they put a cannon down like that?
Well, it's to celebrate older stuff in like our country, bro. That's the whole thing. It all runs in with all of this. Seriously. Now, next piece. Where'd it go? Zoomed in too far. Right, go to the top. Aberdeen, Scotland, guys. All right, so let's bring this in even further. Aberdeen. Okay, well, let's go down here. Trump wearing this right here. I'll put it here. This right here, the right side and the left side. He's wearing that outfit in Aberdeen, Scotland, in a Masonic lodge. And yes, as you can tell, you see the magician outfit matching up along with his Jesus / I thought I was a doctor outfit, all matching up. It seriously goes into everything Templar there is, including the stuff that's in his hand that's glowing, including the fact that he has the sword that's in his belt matches up to drop 109. Literally, that's on the table over here. All of it, bro. And then you sit here and tell me he brings up Scotland in a damn post when he just said Scotland at the FIFA thing, saying his mother is from Scotland. And of course, all of this links back to Scotland. All of it. Every last bit of it. Because why? The first Masonic lodges and all that stuff, they stem directly from the Templars. Literally. All of it. And for anybody that doesn't know this, the first Grand Masonic Lodge, June 24th, 1717. It just so happens that June 24th has 17 drops on it, including the oath and to take your oath. And what do you do when you join a lodge? You take an oath. And they gave us an oath to take. I've been saying this for a while now. I know I'm on to something, but I'm pretty damn sure that the Templars are the damn white hats. I'm not joking about this anymore. Like, I'm so convinced by it. It's just stupid. And then the last piece that I got to bring up, I'm seriously so convinced by it by my research now. They did this to me the other day on the 4th of July when I was covering the J.D. Vance live on air. He talks about a storm that hit the place the night before and messed up all the area around them, and they had 12 hours to fix it. As he says the word storm, something behind him shows up, everybody, and it caught my attention. And if you were watching my show, I about fell out of my chair, literally, when I saw it. This right here. J.D. Vance is talking about a storm, and this boat comes from behind him, and it comes into the picture with, guess what? Eight Templar crosses on it, everybody. 8 Templar crosses right behind him when he talks about a storm. Now, let's go back over here. Why is 8 so important? There's 8 crosses showing. Well, it just so happens. Let me see if I can find it. Number 8. Number 8 has deep significance to the Knights Templar because each cross has 8 points to them. And they put 8 of them on the ship, 88 miles an hour. Trump's name, TRUMP, is what? 88. Rest my case, Your Honor. I'm done. I'm just so astounded by this. It's stupid.
How many miles per hour do they need to go in Back to the Future?
88 miles per hour.
1.21 gigawatts. 88 miles per hour. Marty. Okay, well, I got a fun one for you here. As if that wasn't fun enough for you. Remember Mr. Kid Love Production?
Oh yeah, Mr. what's his name? Bill Maher?
Dude, yeah, he's I don't know, dude. He's Signal, or is he Signal or Noise? I don't know which one. Listen to this, dude.
Democrats are cowardly.
Yeah,
they're cowardly. Their party is being taken. Democrats are cowardly.
Yeah,
Democrats are cowardly.
Yeah,
they're cowardly. Their party is being taken over now by, every day I hear about a new, very radical. I feel very good about, like 10 whatever years ago, like I did lose fans because, I wasn't going to go along with some of this crazy stuff on the left too. I didn't change really on what I thought about the right, but just, I can't sit and just not notice stuff, which people seem to want to do because it's all about my team or your team. But yeah, there's some crazy stuff, when we're cheering for the Intifada, I gotta cut, I'm out.
Well, I don't know if you saw Jay Clayton, his nominee to be the head director of national intelligence, had a hearing. Just had a hearing. And he was asked, Democrats.
I mean, dude, it's absolutely hilarious to me. But the funny thing is, he's like, I saw a lot of these things these people were doing on the left. But if you notice in the beginning, he's like the Democrats, they are losing this or they are doing this. So I'm like, well, you're probably not a conservative or a Republican. So what are you? Are you independent, or what are you trying to be now that you're trying to stave off the Mr. Kid Love production stuff?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Bill Maher, I don't know what to think about him either, because the way he is in the drops, he's got the QAnon stuff, the way he's got their Kid Love production, red shoes. Now he's out there dropping freaking red pills like crazy. Like, yeah, there you go. So it was one of those things, kind of like Lindsey Graham. Was he a bad guy? The White Hats got a hold of him and said, all right, well, we have you, so here's what you're going to do. That's, to me, seems like what I'm watching with Bill Maher.
Here's a nice quote. But with Deborah LaFave screwing her 14-year-old boy student, the crime is that we didn't get it on videotape. Was he being taken advantage of? I wish I had been taken advantage of like that. What a memory she gave him. Okay, another quote. She's in jail because she's in love. That's how I view it. Mara said this about a Seattle school teacher convicted of having you-know-what with a 12-year-old student. And remember, she ended up having a kid with him. I think they got married afterwards for a little bit of time. And then this one. The worst they said, he, Michael Jackson, was a little grabby under the covers. Quote, if I could go back and trade that experience with being beat up at age 12 for being gently played with by a pop star, I would do it in a New York second. I mean, dude, the things that these people said were nowhere close to funny, and the idea that they were using, I'm a comedian as like kind of the playoff on this. We talk about Dwight Schrute, the guy that plays him from The Office, and then the guy that plays the little troll next door neighbor in King of Queens. They had some horrible friggin' posts talking about like, oh, there's blood in my urine, and it's like, oh, not my urine, the goth boy that I have with me, and it's like, what? It's like, yeah. And how do you punish a teenager? It says take away his cell phone, and then it said, and then do something with that cell phone. Shove it up his rear end, essentially, is what they said to do with it. Like, are you kidding me? Like not funny.
I almost feel like that was, what's the right word for it? They were trying to normalize that type of stuff, I think, is what they were trying to do. They had the comedians that were into that stuff. They're trying to do the jokes to make everybody laugh about it, make it normal. So that way, over time, when it all came out that that's actually what was happening, it wouldn't be so bad. That's kind of how I feel. And or the people that are sitting there laughing at the jokes, their secret fantasies basically were coming true with the comedians. So now they feel like it's okay to do that type stuff. So it's narrative seeding and also normalizing, in my opinion. So, because if you think of it, you're a little older than me too. The jokes back when we were younger, you remember this? We actually had this talk on the show, I think last week or 2 weeks ago. When we were growing up, what was the thing we called our buddies? If you was like your best friend, you would call him a faggot. If they were your worst enemy, you would call them a faggot. Why? Because there was two meanings for it. So we used to have, it's like a joke, and you could actually have comedians make those kind of jokes, but those jokes turn into something different, where even Greg Gutfeld every once in a while makes these jokes too, and it makes me cringe, but I also know it's comedy, is, bring a pool boy or something along that lines. But then it got further and further where they're talking about kids in comedy and saying it's okay. So you keep going over these boundaries and more and more and more, and now it's led to where we are now. And this guy on the screen's probably one of those, like I said, probably got taken care of, and he's now working for us for it. So hopefully that's the case. But
dude, so I was in line the other day at the store, and the woman in front of me had two little kids with her who were probably, I don't know, 9 and 10, 8 and 9, somewhere around there, right? And then the lady behind me had her little daughter with her, her little son with her, who was 4 or 5 maybe, right? And the funny thing was the two differences in conversations. The lady that was behind us, I'm pretty sure she was like a Republican or a conservative without saying it, and this is how I was gauging this, right? Her son, who was, 4 or 5 years old, had like a, I don't know if it was a backpack or a computer bag or something like that, but it was pink, right? And so literally I heard this woman say it 3 times. Said it to the woman in front of me and the lady behind her, and another person, I heard her say it again. She goes, "Oh, he's buying this for his friend's birthday party tomorrow." Like she made sure to like let 3 separate people know that her son was buying that pink bag for his female friend for the birthday party tomorrow. And I'm like, "Oh, okay. All right." So she wants people to know she's not letting her kid buy some pink bag. Okay, probably a conservative. And then the lady in front of me, the kids were being a little, they weren't being too crazy and rambunctious, but they were just being young kids, active, moving around, blah, 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 blah. Then all of a sudden this lady says, "Oh, geez, I would sell you 2 kids if I think I could get something for you." And I'm just like, Wow. And everybody was kind of talking back and forth, and everybody's chit chatting and whatnot. As soon as she said that, it was like somebody turned the music off at the friggin' party. I was just like, yeah, that's a little weird. Like, I would sell you if I think I could get good money for you. Like, oh, that is not the time period. You need to be talking like that.
Yeah, what's weird though is I guess I was a person when I grew up, all comedy was funny. It didn't matter what somebody said. And of course that has now changed when you talk about kids. But like, how do I say, where is it going to go with this? So the kid jokes though, it's like there's certain jokes you can say and certain jokes you can't say in a way. And I learned that only when I had my own kid. That's the whole thing. When I had my daughter, it went from say anything in comedy to, you can't say that because you say that about my daughter, I'm going to stab you in your face. So yeah, so it changed me, right? So all me growing up, and I heard my mom say, "I don't like that. I shouldn't be saying that." I was like, "Oh, grow up," or whatever I might have said, or grow some balls. You listen to whatever I want to, and this, that, and the other. But then I got older, and what happened was now I sound like my damn parents. I want to be left alone, and they shouldn't be saying that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but it's all because I had a kid. And that's the thing is, what did Q tell us? The kids will bring us all together. The kids will be what wake people up. Hopefully, but yeah, the kids are everything, and that's the thing. In my opinion, you should not be talking about it, whether it's a joke or not, because you get the wrong person. If it's somebody like me, and you say one of those jokes around them, you might find yourself laying on the ground, waking up, saying, "What the hell just happened?" Yeah.
Yeah, that was super, super cringy. I'm just like, no, that's very, very weird. But again, my guess is that she's not, looking into the stuff that we've been looking into and doing things like that. But yeah, it was definitely weird to see and hear. I was just like, dude, that's just bananas. Absolutely bananas to hear. And yes, I wanted to comment on this. Red Dahlias says, "Normalizing pedophilia was never funny. All late night folks really ate that shit. Absolutely. And to Matrix's point, they easily made, being homosexual normalized, right? It's basically normalized at this point. And so I heard this from somebody, I don't even know, 10, 15, maybe 20 years ago. And essentially saying, like, they've made homosexuality normal. What they're going to try to do in the future is make transsexualism normal. And then the final piece is making pedophilia normal. That was what they were saying a long, long time ago. And then you 60s. Can look at... Yeah, right. And you can even go and look at legislation that they're trying to pass, or they probably have passed, some of them in California, whereas essentially saying like, oh, as long as you're not more than 7 years older than the person, it doesn't matter if you're 18 or not. And I'm like, what?
Yep.
Like, that is just really nasty stuff. And again, who's running cover for these people? It's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
It shows you how deep the infiltration actually goes to be able to get stuff like that done.
Yeah, and it's been, we've been under one system for a very long time, and it's been like this for a very long time, and it's a big change about to come. Matrix, I think I got one more cool story, and I think we can maybe start wrapping it up because we're coming in on 4 whole hours, but I got a cool one to end on. And I thought President Trump was going to go. Where was he going to the FIFA finals? Tomorrow, I thought, right? He was going to do the final. But this looks like...
That's today.
Oh, today's Sunday, right? I'm an idiot. There we go.
Yeah.
So this came... All right, let's go give Ivanka the actual view on it. Incoming, you got President Trump. I think he says Marine One. Let me go back to this one. On the world stage, Marine One on 80,000 fans packing MetLife Stadium for the World Cup Finals. We'll go back to Ivanka.
Wow.
Dude, nobody else gets that view, bro. Like literally, unless you're the F-14 pilots or whatever that do the flyby before. But what a view, dude, huh?
Yeah, and I think you totally just freaked me out too. Just give me, you did. Oh
kind
my
of what
God.
I do. It's kind of my thing.
You just totally connected what I showed you guys. Holy crap. Okay. Look, everybody look on your screen. You see Trump looking out the window right there, right? I'm going to get a screenshot so we don't lose it. This is unreal. I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, so let me see the screen, please. I cannot believe you just did that.
I love it.
Wow. Okay, so let me pull the picture up I just took. This right here. All right, so you had that up. Holy crap, man. I brought over to you guys a little decode I did earlier, combined with last night to do with this right here, the Q Intel, right? And I did all the math to it, and I showed you guys the 6216 and the 177, how that lined up. There was one piece of this at the bottom of this page right here that I brought up, but I didn't go to because I didn't have anything to specialize with it. Well, you just gave it to me. So what this is, so you guys are aware for people that might have just joined in. So what I just did with this is, let me blow this up. I asked Grok to give me the exact date for when Q Intel was created, which is July 12, 2009. And I went to today just to see what the calculation gave me. 6216 on the days. We did that decode part already. 17 years and 7 days. Also did that as well. I mentioned it's also exactly 888 weeks to the T. And I was going to do something with it to let it go. Well, I see why I shouldn't have done that. So there's your picture you just showed me. Here's your 888 weeks. I'm going to go now to drop 888 because I already know what's going to happen. 888. 888. Let's blow it up. 888 is March 8th, which is 3/8. So 3 8s on 3/8, 2018. At what's the big date we do for 88 miles an hour? It's November 5th, 1955. This is at 7:55 or 1955, 52 p.m. So we have our 88 miles an hour sitting over here and 1955. All right. Now, why are we looking at this? Trump's looking out a window. What do we have in this drop? He already did. Think back. North Korea picks everything as meeting. This will break the mainstream media. Oh, a look out the window.
Boom.
Bro, are you kidding me? Thank you, Kim. Deal made. Clowns out. Strings cut. We took control. I ran next. But there's your picture. Let me zoom out. Boom. Bring this back around. There we go. And boom.
That's
awesome. How about that? How about that? There's your 888 from your Q Intel calculation. Boom, 888 and drop 888 gives you today again. And what did I do for Q Intel? Today, literally. July 19, 2026 is 888 days. There he is looking out the window. Drop 888 is looking out the window. Holy crap.
And that post back in the day was them proving to us that it was legitimately President Trump back with the Q team because there were trip codes that were involved that got changed. And then what they did was they took a sequence of images on that Air Force One back then that's on the screen there. Thank you, Asia. Yep. And there's a bunch of them that throughout the years they threw, I don't know, 3 or 4 of them maybe. But they took them in succession. And so say early on back there in, November of 2017, they dropped 1 or 2 of them. But then when there was a question like, all right, is this really President Trump's team with the Q team? All right, here, we dropped a couple more of the same ones that were right in succession with these as well to prove, yes, they were with them. Yes. Very cool. Very, very cool.
Wow, I can't believe that just happened. If you didn't show that video, I wouldn't have seen that.
I love it, dude. I love it. What a view, though, huh? I mean,
right?
Wouldn't that be nice to get that view? Nice and quiet in there, too. I mean, for where he's in a helicopter.
Wow. Wow.
That game started already, or is it already done? Like, I don't even know. Let's see.
I don't know, honestly. It's probably already started.
World Cup score. Probably didn't. I don't even know when it started or not. Conor McGregor dropping a massive bet on the World Cup final, putting money on Argentina to beat Spain 3-2 with 90 minutes. All because some random guy on X predicted this exact final and score 5 years ago. Dude, I mean,
wow.
So what he's saying is McGregor's putting a massive bet on them only because some dude on X predicted that this would be the final years ago? I got to listen to this dude, 30 seconds. And it's only because I want to hear about like the possibility that this is staged, right?
What's up, folks? Conor McGregor here with my World Cup final bet. The bet will be Argentina to beat Spain within the 90 minutes, 3-2. Why am I doing this? 5 years ago, some guy on the internet predicted that.
So he literally says it.
Look at the timestamp and date on that thing, too. It's called Dilemma. 7/11/21. It's a 5-year delta to Lindsey Graham dying.
Dilemma.
That's so interesting. And Argentina versus Spain, by the way. That's Spain and Argentina. There's your SA and AS for Adam Schiff, Anton Scalia, Saudi Arabia, all that stuff.
But dude, in 2021, he wrote, Argentina just beat Spain at the 2026 World Cup final. What time is the final? Dude, I'll go put $100 on it. unless it started already. Cup final time. Let me see. 0-0. Oh, it's already going. It's ongoing right now. It's been going for 8 minutes. So I'll just show you guys really quick, and then we can do a little rappy rap. But apparently it's Argentina and Spain. What's his name? Is Messi on Argentina?
Yeah.
I think so, right? Like I don't follow this stuff.
Yeah. He
interesting. Interesting. And then I don't know who's on Spain. Wasn't it? No, what's his name's out of it.
Long story short would be this. Messi, when years ago there was a picture of him with a bucket with a little kid in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he took some pictures with him. That kid is now 19 years old 19 years old, wears the number 19, and he plays for Spain. He's exactly 19 years younger than Messi, and they are now playing each other in the finals, and that's just an add-on to the other guy predicting this freaking score final. The whole Messi and the kid who's, I guess, Spain's best player, that's a whole rabbit hole for you. I would say go look into it when we're done here.
You ever see this? I wonder if this story will come up. So I know it comes up on YouTube for sure. So Russell Crowe had met Henry Cavill when Henry Cavill was like 12 years old, and he was playing soccer in the background of a movie that they were doing. And he was like, "Oh, this kid, I remember he looked really good. It was this dude Henry." And he goes, years later, he comes up to me and he's like, "Wait, this dude's all jacked." And I think it was on the set of Superman or something like that. Yeah, here you go. Pop this one up for you guys really quick. And I promise we'll wrap. What's that? 80
minutes into the game at 0-0.
Yeah, not looking good, Connor.
Nope.
I thought this was pretty cool. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
I love those weird stories, how they kind of come together like that. Let me get this off the screen. But yes, sir, it's come to that lovely time where we are 4 hours and 2 minutes into our show. Actually, we might be exactly 4 hours on the money here. 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 30 seconds and counting.
Yep.
Henry.
I'm 30 seconds more than you, but yep, right on.
Let me see. All right, I got one more thank you on Rumble, and then I got to go over to Pilled. So if you want me to clear out this one, and then you can do your Rumbles, and then we'll go over to Pilled. Where Mr. G Fonts finals us up here on Rumble with the dollar holler, says Matrix said Sterling, Scotland, which is the sister city to Dunedin, Florida, where I was born and attended middle and high school with Governor DeSantis. Holy shit. Thought he was born in Jacksonville. Oh, said though he was born in Jacksonville. Interesting. Dunedin. I've been there. I've been actually there plenty of times. We were talking about in the chat the other day. I think G Fonts and who else was that? And I'm gonna mess it up. But essentially they were talking about the area in which I used to stay, which was kind of near a Perkins restaurant, near a Burger King, near the Clearwater Mall. There was some condos back there, and there's also a Carrabba's kind of adjacent to that on the perpendicular street to 60, and I forget what that is, but that's where we were. apparently they were in that area. So let me just round up the thank yous on Rumble. Thanking everybody. American Patriot 1777 earlier dropped a $5. Thank you to Grasshopper for the raid. Q the Hammer gifted a subscription. Miss Penny gifted $5. Mr. MacGyver dropped a $2 super chat. Tron had raided us, and Delta dropped the $1 holler. Layla's Nana dropped $20 Rumble chat, and then G Fonz followed us up with $2 hollers at the end. So thank you guys for that, ladies and gentlemen. And then Mr. Matrix, you want to do yours, and then we'll go over to the old pills.
Oh, absolutely. Last ones I got left from Rumble is G Quick. Thank you for the $20 Rumble rant. Says today is the 200th day of the year. Look at drop 200. Rizvi Management. Happy hunting. I actually looked at it already. Tell me what you see. Boom. I looked at it already, and I actually didn't have anything for you at all. Here, the only thing I actually saw, G-Quick, only thing, was the date being November 22nd caught my attention because I've had a whole lot of November 22nds lately. Outside of that, I don't have anything for you, sadly. I literally looked at it for like 5 minutes trying to see if I could get you anything. I didn't have anything for you, bro. But thank you for the $20 Rumble rant. And then America Rising Media did just rate us here right at the end, so thank you very much for whoever was on at America Rising Media. Thank you very much for that raid. And then actually and I have a this thank you. It's not Rumble, but it is, let's find it. There it is. Elvira got the name right now. Thank you very much for that $4.20. Making sure I say that one out loud. Venmo right there. And it says, just call me Elvira. We can't see. We are all stoned in here. This is whenever I block my screen. Is there more about the North Sea treasure? Ella. Okay, so the North Sea treasure situation. One of two things. You'll either need to wait for during my Templar series and that information to fully come out from Scott Walter / Tim Hogan to come to me, and or the book I'm reading, which is The Greatest Templar Tale Never Told. You can buy that yourself, which you can find that anywhere, and you can read the book yourself and find out that information. You can go either way about it, because once that information comes to the internet and it comes into my show, that's when I'll present it. But the book has that information. And we have talked about some of it already in the show, because the North Sea, in all the episodes that talk with Don Rue, for you guys out there that are watching it, that North Sea treasure has been talked about directly. That's where Don went and actually went searching for the original thing. They went to the island. We're going to go search. Oh, not the island, in the 70s. 1970, I think is when it was. They found the map that the boat was off the coast of the North Sea. They went there and found it, and that's what started a whole bunch of the treasure stuff. So part of it has been hit, but the book hits it in detail. So those details will come out in the Templar series as the information hits the internet for me to be able to present out to you guys. So bingo, bango, boom. There you go. Is it Ella?
Elvira.
Yeah, make sure. Elvira. There we go. Bingo, bango, boom. Thank you very much.
And that actually reminded me, buddy. Thank you. And this is I'm thanking somebody, because this is all it says. Somebody sent over 3 iced coffees, which is the equivalent of $5 a coffee. So thank you for the $15. Someone, and the message was simply thank you. So you know who you are, and you're the only one, but a thank you. Thank you for sending that in. Yes. And so thank you. That was the coffee by me. Yes, buy me a coffee. So yeah, over on the pilled side of things, we got our brother Punk Q Rocker 4Q dropping 700 and always ending with 17 gold pills. Appreciate that one. We got Belushi dropped a cookie. Says, ask him if kids can drink it. Oh, I didn't even see this from earlier, and I will definitely pass that along, because I have a couple of questions that I'm going to send to them in a little bit. So I will get that if you're in there still, Mr. Belushi.
Technically, yeah, because it's all natural and all that. The only part of it you might got to watch out with the kids is the simple fact that it's the caffeine. So you might want to go with the decaf version. Other than that, it should literally be 100% fine for kids. It's literally just tea and fiber.
Yeah, exactly. All right, you ready for my meme? I just remembered I uploaded it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hey, you got any of those screen shares?
I got something just like that in the pilled side that says, I got any more of them Q drops.
And more of those screenshots. Let me see the screen for a second. All right. No thanks,
that's
Joe.
me.
No thanks,
That's
Joe.
me.
Always with the great messages on here. Drop the Cookie says, a simply smashing salute to a solid Samaritan scene as a Spaceshot 76. Thanks for teaming up with Matrix, man, to give us great Sunday solace with chilled info delivered. God bless and be safe all. Always enjoy reading those. And thank you, Joe. Lizzie B. Lizzie B. Lizzie, that B for Borden? I'm just wondering. Gifted the Cookie says, I'm late. Was clearing the patio in case tropical storm or worse arrives this week. Yeesh, hopefully you don't get that. You got to get one of those storm splitters like Trump has.
Right.
So thank you for that, Lizzie. And then Jucani with the shades says, God bless, and God bless you right back, Jucani. And the last but not least is J2 Dank, dropped 100 gold pills. Thank you guys very much for that. And I am releasing the scratchings, and they are released. And Mr. Matrix has some thank yous, I guess.
Ooh, yeah. Shasta's mom came in early with the shades. Thank you very much for the shades. Shasta's mom says, let's go. Punk Q Rocker for Q with 317 gold pills. Thank you very much, Punk Q Rocker for Q. And then there's No Thanks Joe right here with a cookie and says, what up, happy Mad Max Matrix? Good Sunday to you, friend. Seems like I just disconnected from your show a few hours ago from last night's show. But yeah, you did, and I came right back on. Per usual, you and the shot from space are giving us a chilled Sunday with the goods. Thank you. God bless and stay safe all. Absolutely. Thank you. No thanks, Joe. P-Quest, thank you very much for the cookie. And then another cookie, and this one says, can he talk about the calcium product they have? As a woman, we need calcium. I actually did not get back to the calcium question, but here's the thing, P-Quest. If I'm correct, they do have a calcium product in their website. And then number two, this might be really good news for you. When I was doing my blood work, whenever I got on the Feel Great protocol and I got my blood work done, in my last time I got mine done, the one thing that was high in all of my blood work was calcium. And she let me know by doing the product I'm on and whatnot and everything that was actually kind of a normal thing. So I'm just going to take a wild guess that not only would a calcium product help you, but also that the stuff that we have also has calcium in it, and my levels end up being a little elevated. So it actually might be good for you on that as well. But I will personally go look at their calcium product for you, P-Quest. I actually forgot to get back to that question. Let's see. Old Salty Dog, thank you for the 420 gold pills. It says, cheers, brother. Absolutely. P-Quest, thank you for another cookie. Matt1776 in the house with a cookie as well and says, is Trump going to punish Canada for these bullshit wildfires? I don't know. Maybe. I think we're going to be punishing Canada in more than one way, to tell you the truth.
Can't punish the United States.
Right, exactly.
I'll pull it up, but go ahead, brother.
Let's see. Red Gun 51, thank you for back-to-back 117 gold pills. J2 Dank with 100 gold pills. And then finally, last but not least, Casey with the shades. Thank you guys very much. I release my scratch in the last Wednesday of every month, so no scratch and release. But don't forget to smack that red pill and that thumbs up on Rumble and on YouTube over there. And don't forget, guys, jump over to my channel from Space Shots. And from my channel, jump over to Space Shots. Make sure you guys are hitting those thumbs up. Get us on those leaderboards, everybody.
This is what I was talking about. Look, we got the United States, we got United States and Mexico, and then wait, that's supposed to be Canada, isn't it? It's some red, white, and blue, and then up there as well, and even over here. So yeah, I mean, I'm joking, but yeah, we're gonna punish them, but we can't punish ourselves if we take them over.
I just got a last second $10 Rumble rant from John Osborne. Thank you very much, John Osborne. It says, as always, thank you, Matrix, for all you do. Thank you very much, John Osborne. You have that same message from me every single day. I absolutely do. Thank you very much, good sir.
Booms incoming. Yes, dude, I'm super psyched to see like what's gonna be next, what's coming out, and I still think they're gonna be. I think there's going to be some information that inevitably shocks some of the people that have been kind of, whatever, who cares? It's only Trump, right? Like, I think it's going to be something that's going to be so earth-shattering that they're going to have no choice but to wake up for it. I don't know exactly what that's going to be. My guess would be something towards the kids. But again, I'm not planning this whole thing. I'm just reporting on it as best we can.
Right. And of course, with the kids too, it's like that part's going to come. Everybody needs to fully understand that that will come. But again, we don't know what the timeline is. And I've always tell people it's just not up to you. They don't care what you think about the timing of it all. But I think the kids we're working our way through everything. All three movies playing simultaneously. Think about it. We can't keep up with everything, right? Eventually, we're going to make it to the kids. And when we do, it'll be at just the right time and it'll be perfect. So, Dognuts10, thank you for another cookie, good sir. Welcome and good to see you.
Absolutely. Hey, great show, brother. I'm going to thank, again, I can't believe I made this list the other day, and it's funny, I left one of my longest running mods off the list when I thanked everybody. So this is all from Telegram Pilled, YouTube, and Rumble. These are all the mods that I'm going to thank at least once a week here. So Cap78 Pack, Chris Schaus, Diane DeVal Williams, Debbie Roush, GGB Working It, James Rohrbeck, Patriot Chick, P Dancer, Susie Q, Tasmaniac, Tanette Booth, and of course Miss Wheezy Girl. So thank you, mods, for all your wonderful help helping myself, and I know a lot of the mods help a lot of other folks in our movement over the years. So it's very appreciated, selfless help, so I do appreciate that as well. Any other thank yous or goodbyes, farewells, or you need to say, sir, before we hit the road?
I mean, I'm not cool like you. I don't have a list of my mods, but you guys do know who you guys are. I thank you guys very much. I don't want to leave anybody out, so I'll just say thank you to all of my mods, all of your mods as well, for doing the work you guys do, because I don't ask much for my mods outside of just looking for those bots dropping those track dots and all that. Outside of that, I don't ask for much, but you guys still do an incredible job dropping links and all that stuff as well. So thank you guys very much. And of course, all of you out there on whatever platform you may be on, you guys are the reason why we do this stuff, because it does us no good to have this information and then do nothing with it as well. So number one, thank you guys all for being here. Smack the red pill, smack that thumbs up, and P-Quest, thank you for another cookie at the very end as I'm talking. Thank you while I did that. But yeah, just have faith in the plan, everybody. Have patience with the plan. Make sure your popcorn's pop. Your seat is sat back in the upright position. Have that seatbelt ready to go and just enjoy the show, everybody. Don't worry. It'll all happen in due time.
On their timing. You know, it's kind of like no, I'm not saying Q is God, but it's like God's timing with things, right? They know, and I know they had to have war game the crap out of this stuff. And people that are not seeing how this could be a plan at this point, I don't understand how you couldn't, right? It's just too blatantly obvious, for me anyways, at this point. I know for you, and I know for most of the people in the chat as well. So always a blast on here with your brother. Great show. Again, thank you to the mods. Give us all a thumbs up on the way out if you guys can, and share us out if you can. And if anybody knows of anybody that's live to raid on Rumble, put me in the chat. Otherwise, I'll raid you over to somebody. But for Matrix and myself, we do appreciate each and every one of you wonderful world patriots out there for tuning in. And until that next one, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
Peace.
Hello, guys. Something special is happening in here. That's right. It's brackets and jackets. Bringing it back for brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see, this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast Jackets Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. All right, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti. And Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. That's right, we're dropping red pills every day. Dropping red pills in the best kind of way. This is brackets and jackets for the denizens of islands.